Hello! Hello, welcome to heaven, welcome to this table. I'm Maud. uh hello. Where do I find these super obscure games? You look up Sherlock on Steam, and then you find the Frogware people on Steam and see all the Sherlock games they've made. And then you buy all of them in the same bundle because they were on sale. And then you own a bunch of Sherlock games. Hello everyone. Speaking of which, that's what we're doing today. We're playing Sherlock and the Silver Earring. This game is old. Surprised we're not finishing Ib today. I need time. How was my week? My week has been busy. It's been super busy. The Silver Earring, this game, I think it came out in 2004? It's so old, in fact, I had a lot of technical difficulties trying to get it to run. I have two monitors for my stream setup, and for some reason it would not go on the monitor I usually use. So I went on the other monitor, and we were having, because it resizes itself, because it's an old game, so we're having issues. This week I'm free for 1 whole week. Stream all of next week. We'll see. Because like, if we're streaming all week, it'll probably just me doing Sherlock. Like drawing and then Sherlock. Because there's a lot of Sherlock games. I have played the ones that came in all the ones that came in the bundle. I have already beaten all of them. So technically we shouldn't be that slow at it, but Sherlock games from this company are long. Did you know that Ib Time remake sometimes? Yes, I'm aware. You can see it on their Steam page, the remake and all the details. But yeah, Sherlock games are really long, even if you know what you're doing, which you don't, by the way. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what you're supposed to be doing. You don't know what's going on. You don't know where you're supposed to look. And you don't know where anything is. Or anyone. Or any why. So that's the Sherlock games in a nutshell. I did beat all of them, but it was a very long and arduous process. But it was fun. It was fun. You guys are in for it when we get... You guys are in for it when or if we get to, what was it? Lupin. Oh my god. Oh my god. That takes tedious to a whole new level. The library section where they actually had to have me typing in all of these books and the codes for the books so we can find it, and then the books are in like, what was it, like 2 or 3 floors, and then they're split into 2 halves, so you have to go searching through everything if you don't know the exact location of it, and it's hard to tell what the exact location of it because these codes tell me nothing, or I can't read them at all. Ugh. And then you have to know like every painting in the art museum. Because Lupin's like, hey, I'm going to describe this painting, go find it. And you're like, what? What? Lupin, I'll never forgive you. Jack the Ripper was also a lot. It was also very tedious. It definitely was more like grotesque and had more details, But like by the end conclusion, I had like a big question mark over my head and I was like, okay, I guess that's how that ends. What I'm really looking forward to is the Cthulhu one. Oh boy. That one's also really grotesque, but it's funny. It's really funny. Or I found it really funny. I think Sherlock is great in that one. And then the Hound of Baskervilles has no logic in it at all. Yeah, we'll get to Cthulhu eventually, but for now we have to trudge through the older ones. So we can say we've played the full bundle. And you can say that you've seen the Sherlock games. Because I wouldn't consider myself an avid fan of Sherlock, given that I've never read any Sherlock stories, and I've never seen any, like, Sherlock, you know, media, shows, movies, whatever. I've never seen any of them. I've only played the Sherlock games from this company, and that's all I can say about Sherlock. But I like this company's Sherlock. He's weird. It's not that weird, but not someone I want to hang out with. So yeah, are you guys ready for the silver earring and all the tedious detective work we have to get through, and the plot you will not understand and the clues you will not pick up on? Cause woo! That's what we're getting into! Also, this game is playing on my other monitor, so it's not where my keyboard is facing, so my head's going to be weird, like veered to the side the entire time, so I might have to take breaks every now and then to like straighten my head. Okay, let's move my keyboard down so I can see stuff. Alright, let's play Sherlock while the Discord blows up. Do I have water? Yes, I have my cup of water and I brought in 2 more bottles, full bottles of water. To refill. Because I got a feeling I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking today. I should probably adjust my mic a little. Okay. So yeah, while the Discord blows up, we're all gonna turn our eyes away from the way it's filling and we're gonna play Sherlock. Alright, let's go boot up Sherlock. Fun fact, once Sherlock is upped, my mouse will be locked into the game, so it will not be able to go onto the stream and fix things easily. So if we do have issues, do tell me right away so we can get it fixed in like one go. Because it's gonna bug out my layout real bad. This thing's old, guys. I do have the Discord up on like a side thing, so I'm just kind of looking at it and it's filling. Hey, I've also been doing rolls, excuse me. Okay, let's boot up Sherlock. Oh. Yeah, I've also been doing the... Hold on, I'm moving you guys up a little. There we go. So you're not impaled on my... Don't worry, if you don't feel up to doing rolls, I'll do it. After all, I did do all the rolls when the start of the server began. Besides, I'll probably be doing it anyways. I'm good for these kind of tedious tasks. So you can just leave it if you want. I'll get to it. Okay. I have to boot up Sherlock now, so I will be moving from the stream screen. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, oh, okay. Yeah, don't worry about it, Sophie. I'll take care of it. Besides, these guys have the newbies have to sit around for a little while because we get a lot of newbies who just come in and they only view things if they do come online. Otherwise, most of them will stay offline and just kind of keep to themselves. So those who do talk, we'll prioritize those after a couple days. See who lingers and stays around. Great news. Sherlock. It's kaput. Oh, here we go. Come on, Sherlock. There you are. Oh, yes. Oh, this feels old. Sherlock blew up when I tried to boot it up just now. Here we go. We are on Sherlock. Wow, look at this menu. It's not even like a title screen. How are we on audio? Okay, it's registering. Okay. Can you hear that? How's that? Did you hear that? How was the sound for that? That little like chime noise for the menu opening and closing and opening and closing. You can hear it clicking? Alright, that's good. Because there's no other sound on this menu besides the options opening and closing. So there's no way for me to test that because once we go in, we're going straight into a cutscene, and then they're just gonna start talking, and I cannot skip the cutscene because as soon as I do, it's gonna skip like straight to the murder, and we'll have no context for anything. So, if you're good with that, I'm going to be quiet so we can see the cutscene, because otherwise, if we miss it, we're not going to know what anything is happening. So, let's be quiet. Shush time. I mean, you guys keep talking, but I had to be quiet.
Dear Mr. Holmes, please let me thank you one more time for your help in solving the case of the Turkish medallion. I'm sure that if the story could go public, the whole country would be as grateful as I am to you. As you may have surmised, I have a very urgent and confidential matter which requires your immediate assistance. You probably are aware that we are going to celebrate the birthday of a very important person, a member of the government. I can't mention their name in this letter for obvious reasons. The most famous and accomplished artists were selected and invited to perform. We are confident about their reputations. However, we have concerns about one performer in particular, a young Italian diva, Gallia, as there are certain rumours circulating about her. She has also provoked great acclaim in every European capital where she has appeared. We want to include her in this gala event, but have reservations about her reputation. She is, as fortune would have it, in London for another engagement. Sir Bromsby has invited her to perform during a reception to commemorate the return of his daughter to England. Due to reasons of politics and security, I can't attend the reception myself. Apart from yourself, I do not know anyone else I would be able to complete a mission of such importance. Together with this letter, I am sending 2 invitations, as I assumed your eminent colleague, Dr. Watson, would be accompanying you. A cab will arrive at 221B Baker Street at 8 p.m. to take you to Sherringford Hall. Even though I know that the prospect of attending a private concert given by perhaps the best voice in Europe is very attractive for a music lover like yourself, please allow nothing to distract you from this important mission. Yours sincerely, Lord Cavendish Smith.
How can we refuse a mission of such importance? Appearances to the contrary, I believe that the future of the nation can depend on our presence. Are you with me?
If the future of the nation depends upon our presence, Holmes, then you can count on me.
Please come right in. According to the request of Lord Cavendish Smith, during the dinner you'll be seated together.
Sucks.
What do you know about Sir Bromsby, Holmes?
I have never met the man, and I do not follow what is written in the newspapers. However, I can tell you that Sir Bromsby is a man of approximately 50 years old, tall in stature. He is impulsive and may be prone to violent outbursts. He is of low birth, has few intimate friends, and does not like women. He must be a very aggressive businessman who would not hesitate to go beyond the law if it served his purposes. I'd like to add that today he is going to make a very important declaration concerning his business. And you, Watson, what have you heard about him?
Well, I doubt that I would be able to give as detailed a description as you have just recited. Holmes, how can you say you do not know the man and give such an account?
Watson, you know my methods. Look at the stage and the stand near the fireplace. It is obvious that they are prepared for a very tall man. I see the hostess and servants anxiously glancing in the direction of a door from which their employer must enter. Their expressions go beyond nerves and suggest fear. Only a violent and unpredictable man can cause such anguish. Now look at the guests. The men present at this party are mainly composed of military officers and rich entrepreneurs. All of them are in their 50s and are clearly business associates, so I decided that he is of their age. Furthermore, to have risen as rapidly as he has in this society, Sir Bromsby would have to be a very ruthless and intelligent businessman. The women present reveal much. Beautiful women and young girls, all neatly but rather cheaply dressed. Watson, look more carefully. There are no chaperones. No ladies would appear in public without suitable escort, I assure you. They stare at the youngest gentleman to find a convenient cavalier and cluck like chickens at the smallest idiocy. In short, a man who would invite only business associates and women of the lower classes to the birthday party of his only child must have few friends, rather poor taste in women, and little regard for his daughter. Another item of note, but not the least, observe that group of men speaking very quickly. It's a group of reporters armed with their notebooks gathered together now that the time of the address is coming. These are not the society reporters for the Times sent to cover a gala birthday party. These are the regular reporters who would come only to gain news about the future of the Bromsby Empire. I will conclude by saying that no man, except a lunatic, would accept such an arrangement of tables and furniture. Look quickly, Watson. I hear applause. Sir Bromsby is coming.
Ladies
so
and
fast.
gentlemen, let me thank you all for attending this special reception. In fact, this moment is a turning point for many people.
Watson, quick! Tell Miss Lambert not to allow anyone to leave and to send a man for the police immediately.
Cool, welcome. A man got shot. Hi guys, how was the cutscene? How did it make you feel? Let's talk about what you saw just now. Cause that was a lot of information that got dumped. Hi, everyone caught up to speed? Everyone know what's going on? Hi, hello, how's everyone feeling? If you saw him get shot, then you didn't miss much. Cause like, that's exactly where the cutscene ends. But yeah, so everyone got your information? We're here at Sir Bromsby party for the birthday of his daughter. But he doesn't really care about her. Also, yeah, Sherlock was right. This table setup is only made by a lunatic. He was making a speech about the future of his business, and then someone shot him before he could announce what he was going to be doing. Remember, we're not here to investigate this murder. We're here to investigate one of the performers. We're here to investigate one of the performers, and that's why we were invited. The murder just also happened to happen. So that's basically it. He was going to say something about the future of his business and then got shot before he could actually announce it. So, assumedly, whoever shot him didn't like what the decision he was going to make, the official announcement he was going to make about his business. And yeah. And that's why he got shot, presumably. But remember, we weren't here to investigate the murder, because that wasn't planned. We were here to investigate one of the performers. But here we are, investigating murder as well. I would shoot it. Dude. Oh man. Oh man. Right, I was kind of looking at the stream output to play the game automatically, but I had to remember to turn my head because I have it on the side. Alright, touch this, Sherlock. What did you get, Sherlock? Sherlock? Sherlock, show me the paper! Where'd you put it? What button's my inventory? Oh, oh my god, the text is tiny.
The first handwriting is small and elegant. The second is hurried and forceful.
Uh-huh. Sherlock, do you want to, like, turn up your text size? Do you have text size? You don't have text size. Guess we die. Let's save. Always a good idea. What was it? Yeah, we picked up a piece of paper. And now that I've read it, it seems to have just vanished. Oh wait, it's in the notebook, I think. Oh god. Hey, a map. Hey, London. Oh my god. Oh my god, the text is so tiny. How did I play this on a TV before? Well, I played this on the TV a good distance away from the TV. How the heck did I play this game on a TV? The text is like puny. Here's a speech. Oh no, I can't read that. Acknowledgements. If a notable person is present, do not forget to acknowledge them. You welcome your daughter, you then invite her to the ballroom. When she is on the stage, you make your speech for the journalist. Don't forget the villager and the serpent. Shooting at pigeons isn't mentioned in program. Miss Lambert added this at the last moment. Don't forget to mention this. What? These are some speech notes. Ooh, program. I'm not gonna try to read that because he didn't tell me to. Okay, now I can't examine it. Alright, let's do things, I guess. Hey, how's the body? Tell me things.
Excuse me if I may.
Whoa, you got
I am
eyes.
Sherlock Holmes.
What do you wish to know?
You've got eyes! My first question is that do you have eyelids?
I must ask, who are you?
I am the doctor from the village near the hall.
Is he still breathing?
He died instantly.
Nice shot.
Where is the bullet?
It's still in the body. I must obtain police authorization to extract it.
Thanks.
Doctor.
Never mind.
Can I look at this? No, I can't look at his body. Dang.
Good day. My name is Sherlock Holmes. Would you mind if I asked several questions?
If it helps you.
Did you notice anything peculiar at the time of the shooting?
I jumped up, and then I looked in the direction of the shot. There, I saw that little flirt, Miss Bromsby. She seemed to be placing something in her handbag amid a cloud of smoke. Then she rushed to the stage. I must say, her sudden inheritance should be a fine present for her birthday.
So she shot her dad in front of everyone when they lived together?
What precisely was your relationship with the victim?
We were partners with the old scoundrel. I'm sorry, Sir Bromsby. He personally invited me. He gave me every assurance there would be plenty of fresh meat, if you take my meaning. Well, there was, but some of it was quite cold.
Nice laugh.
Were you an associate of the victim?
Yes, he seems so much bigger when he's lying down rather than standing.
That's not a thing you say about someone who just died.
Well, thank you very much.
It is nothing, dear fellow.
How do I... Wait. Go to Sherlock. Where are we going? Where do we need to go? The direction. Okay. Oh god. Hi. Tell me things.
You do not seem the least bit alarmed.
In India, I became quite familiar with the sound of gunshots. Therefore, their sudden occurrence does not alarm me as they would a woman or certain officers in attendance.
Why didn't you intervene?
It would have been of no use. Whoever he is, the man who did this is either a perfect shot or extremely lucky, because old Bromsby had no chance at all.
Could you explain your presence at this reception?
Bromsby sent me 2 invitations for myself and the wife. My wife has fainted due to the shock of these events. I do hope her condition will last a good while longer, so that I may toss off several glasses of this excellent sherry.
Wow. Wow.
Very well. Thank you.
Charming. Wow. Man, everyone who comes here is such a hoot. Will you go, Sherlock?
Look, what's this?
How would you? Okay. How would you see that? Okay, I guess we'll keep going. We'll investigate this hall before we touch any door. I'm just so scared I'm missing clues because they're so tiny. Hello, server board.
Excuse me, could you answer some questions?
You're quite welcome.
Where were you at the moment this tragedy occurred?
Like all the servants, I was in the ballroom. 'Twas the special orders of the old crab. In my opinion, it was done in particular to have more people there to applaud him. Cunning old bird, wasn't he?
What sort of man was Sir Bromsby? I mean, as an employer.
Troublesome and bad-tempered, but he paid well.
Are you personally at the service of the Bromsby family?
Yes, there are 5 of us who serve in the Sherringford Hall. There are Mary and Sue, the maids, Carl, our chef,
Oh, Mary Sue.
Lam, Sir Bromsby's coachman, and myself. All the rest were brought in just for the reception.
Man, having Lamb for a name.
And where are the rest of the staff?
Mary is cleaning downstairs. Sue went to comfort some little goose who had been crying bitterly. It's rather odd because it seemed to me she started crying before Sir Bromsby was shot.
And the coachman?
Lamb is at the main gate. Miss Lambert gave him specific instructions to throw out any reporters and ensure they do not re-enter the hall. However, it would not be good if he finds you've been asking questions here. Tell me, will my name appear in the newspaper?
Thank you for
Bye.
your help.
My pleasure, sir.
Oh. Sherlock, can you run?
That shot was dreadful, wasn't it?
It's neither the first nor probably the last I shall hear in my life. Tell me, young man, are you a barman or not? Because I'm dying from thirst.
What is your voice quality?
Did you have a personal relationship with Sir Bromsby?
What impertinence! I will answer questions of this nature only if they issue from my superiors or the authorities, and you, sir, are neither of those.
Well, I must leave you now.
All right, young man.
Cool. Do you want to walk over here, Sherlock? You don't? Okay. Let's go back over there then. There's gonna be a lot of just wandering around.
The handle is twisted down. It smells of gunpowder.
And a lot of footsteps. Look at this.
Handsome armor.
Handsome? Okay. Learned and I did all my other Sherlock games, but... Do the thing, Sherlock. There it is. No, you went through it. Ah! Which area is it that I have to measure on? Measure you.
Handsome armor.
I can't. Okay, I'll put this down. Oh my god, there's definitely- I definitely had to measure something, but I don't remember where. What? What?
This black cloth is large enough to conceal a person.
What? Besides that, there's a space there?
There is a greasy substance on the door handle. Seems to be a sauce?
No. Sherlock, go back in. Go back in, Sherlock. Sherlock, there's something here, and I'm so certain of it, but I don't know how to tell you this. Okay, let's just keep walking. That's over. Do I need to put down my menu? How did I even bring it up? Oh wait, I did like this. Okay. Ooh, a mirror.
Look, what's this? Look, what's this? Look, what's this?
I don't know, Sherlock.
Black hair.
Wow. Okay, I guess you're done with that now. I really combed through everything. Are we not gonna say anything about these footprints, Sherlock? Or not? Okay. If you say so, Sherlock. Oh, there's too many doors. I'm already lost. We seriously not gonna like anything about this? Ah. Okay, you know what? We're going to this door. It's here. Oh. Probably shouldn't step in here yet. Maybe I'll investigate the hall a little longer. Okay, it's just that's the door. Okay, keep walking, Sherlock. Also, I had to think about these paintings, the interior design, The only thing that moves around here is the candlelight.
I need something. I need something.
I want this. Is everyone lagging? That sucks. I just found something. I Sherlock didn't say anything to me. I mean, we can take a look at the options again. Hold on. Ah. Nice make me ugly. I wouldn't know what to turn off for this. Wait. Okay, no. I thought I was gonna sneeze again, but it didn't come. What else? I don't know what else I can change because I don't know how this is gonna affect what the stream looks like. I turned off shadows, but I think that's the only thing I can do for you.
I need something.
You want a magnifying glass?
I need something.
You don't want a magnifying glass. You want a tape measure?
I need something.
You don't want a tape measure.
I need something.
What? Well,
I need something.
what do you need?
I need something.
Tell me your thoughts, Sherlock. We can't work together like
I
this.
need something. I need something.
Want test tube? Come on, boy. Come on. Okay, they're good.
There's dust. Excellent.
Did you just collected dust? Oh, you collected white powder. That's not much better, but I guess I'll let you off. But why is my hand changed? Something here? Am I looking at wrong? No, go back in. Where's the other hand I had?
This
Okay.
room was rarely used. Everything else is in order.
Okay, let's go back in then. Or let's go back out, rather. Is this the same motion? That was not the door. You were in front of the door and the wall and everything. Okay, let's keep
There's a
going.
greasy substance on the door handle. Seems to be a sauce.
So whoever had saucy hands came through here. Hi.
Excuse me, but would you be Mary?
What do you want, mister?
Did you hear the shot?
Of course, I heard everything. But I didn't stop my work. Imagine that someone else had been killed and not my master. Oh, he would have given me a good talking to.
What's happened here, on this carpet?
An idiot from Hertford's turned over the fowl. Sir Bromsby passed by without even taking notice. It did seem his mind was elsewhere these days. Of course, it was probably because of Miss Lavinia's homecoming.
What do you think of your employer?
He could be the very devil at times, but not the worst. If you had just known my father. And then the master was so generous with our wages.
Did you observe anyone pass this way after the shot was fired?
No one's come this way, not from the moment I returned after emptying my bucket, and the whole while I've been cleaning. I only saw Scott, who was in the ballroom. He half opened the door to tell me the news.
Is Scott the one with
Thank
saucy
you,
hands then?
Not to worry, sir.
Alright, let's keep walking. Can I look at this room? There we go. Ooh, shells.
Blue tablecloths, yet they are shorter than the white ones used in the ballroom.
Why are you so excited about that, Sherlock? Like you just had an epiphany.
Blue tablecloths.
I'd love it
Yet
if
they
you
are
shared
shorter
that
than
with
the
me.
white ones used in the ballroom.
But you never share anything with me, Sherlock.
Nothing of any interest here.
Let's see. Okay, I guess we could just go then. Let's leave this. Back into the hallway. Sherlock, can you run? Oh wait, I think I see it now. Oh, alright. It's like... You see that? It's like this. How do I... Okay. No. No. Come on, there's something there, dude. Ugh. I can see something there. But all you see is door. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. This is definitely a thing, too. Look at the smudge! No? Do you want a magnifying glass? You don't want a magnifying glass. Do you want your tube? You do not want your tube. Can I like look at stuff at the bottom? No, it's just all just hand. It's all just hand. Oh, Sherlock. Oh, Sherlock. Okay, we're gonna ignore that for now because apparently I just cannot. What is this room again? Whoa, we just opened that.
This is diabolically heavy.
You sure opened that with ease.
Nothing of any interest here.
Wonderful. What?
I need something.
And that would be... Man, you do not hesitate to get out your hand and knees.
Of a uniform button. The cannon insignias are hand-drawn.
Oh, a thing I should probably be saying to someone. Oh! I think he's supposed to be like... in the hatch, but his model is kind of coming out. Oof, embarrassing. You're clipping through dimensions, dude.
May I help you?
I mean, interesting that they still modeled his feet animations.
Are you aware of what has just happened?
Yes, it seems that our master has got himself killed. Scott told me that much. On his daughter's birthday. And all these nice dishes. It took me so long to prepare them. What a disaster.
How would you describe
What an
St.
angle.
Wednesday?
Well, as an
Sherlock
employer,
looks going
he
to kill
was
me.
not easily satisfied, always insisting on some Indian or French dish. That old fowlet put it into Sir Bromsby's head that this Frenchman prepare better meals than the English. He would have had my master eating frogs stuffed with snails if he could.
A Frenchman?
Yes, a squint-eyed Frenchman. That must be done like this, and this must be placed like that. Well, he may well be a connoisseur of fine cuisine and service, but of everything else... Miss Lambert dared not even contradict him about the tablecloth's colour, though Bromsby hated white and insisted on blue to match the colour of the daughter's eyes. And look how he placed the tables in the ballroom. I have never seen tables arranged in such a manner.
The lid of your dustbin is quite heavy.
It makes some noise, doesn't it? At least we know when somebody closes it. I was in the cellar, and I heard the lid closing a little before that, what you said was the shot. I heard it again right after, but that surely must have been Mary, our maid.
You say it was Mary, the housemaid. How can you be sure?
The first time I saw her with my own eyes, when she came to empty the rubbish. She cautioned me not to fall asleep in the storeroom. She always has something amusing to say. The second time, I didn't see her. I only heard the lid close.
Cool,
I will
great.
let
Your
you
hands
get
aren't even
back
touching
to
the
your
ladder,
work.
but alright.
All right. Good night, sir.
Okay, I guess we're done with the kitchen for now. Let's skedaddle. I'll get you one of these days, Powder Smudge. What's in this room? Ooh.
I need something.
This, perhaps?
Curious, this flaky ash does not come from this cigar.
Ooh. I don't know how you can tell that, but ooh. Anything else? Can we look at these papers? We can't. Okay, I guess we just needed the cigarette ash. Let's... Anything on the carpet you want to tell me?
I need something.
You always need something,
I
Sherlock.
need something. I need something. It is a size 7.
Footstep? Oh, I'm glad you measured that one at least. You refused to measure anything else. Where's Watson? Watson's outside. He's the one who told the people not to leave, or told someone who had authority to tell people not to leave. Where's your shadow? I turned off shadows in the menu. It just makes things run smoother. I did that before when I was playing it on the big TV as well, because it just made things run smoother. Do you want to tell me if there's any more footsteps, Sherlock? No? Okay, let's head in then.
Look, what's this? It's a pair of moustache scissors. Red, greasy hair.
Great to know that's also greasy.
It's a pair of moustache scissors.
Okay, looks like that's the only thing in here. Yes, looks like it. Okay. Bring it back out. Okay. No footsteps in here. Cool. Sherlock, don't get stuck in the corner. Whoa, that was a... Oof. Oof. So much investigation work to do, and I can't put together anything we've learned. Alright. Time for this area. Give me this.
A textbook to study French.
French.
A textbook to study French.
You want
A textbook to study French.
There's something sticking out of it, Sherlock. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nothing else, nothing else, nothing else? Okay. Oh, there's a back area. But just pivot. Okay, fine. Look at the thing. Look at the desk.
I need something. I need something.
Not that? This?
Look, what's this?
I can't tell, Sherlock. We have too much stuff sitting around. So I can't tell what you got. White powder, I guess? I thought we already got white powder. We have 2 bits of white powder now. Oh.
Very interesting.
What did you
What a
just
pleasant
take?
picture. And this lady is wearing a very nice earring.
An earring? Ooh! Wow, our first clue towards the title. That's a real mystery. Figure out what this title means. Doesn't look like we can do anything else around here, so I guess that's it. Okay. Oh yeah, I just came from that way. Sherlock, please run! Hey Mary, I heard you touched the trash chute. Sherlock, stop being weird.
Any more questions?
Did you go to the well during the reception?
Yes, I went there once to empty my bucket, but that was before the dreadful shooting happened.
Only once?
I told you, only the one time. I even called out to that lout Carl not to fall asleep. Oh, he spends his time drinking in the storeroom, and I often find him asleep there. Oh, but please, sir, you won't mention any of that to Miss Lambert, will you?
She only went
And
once.
the Frenchman, how could you describe him?
He's a sly one. He's also cross-eyed. Oh, but most handsome and very talkative. Ask Miss Lambert. She's quite keen on him.
Ooh.
Thank you, Mary.
Not to worry, sir.
Looking at tablecloths do anything again?
Blue table.
Cool. Alright, let's head back to the ballroom, I guess. Or not. Hi. Some table? Some for little me?
This is a woman's handwriting. What do all these annotations mean? A calling card, written in French.
Okay, so we have the guest list with a bunch of symbols on it. It's a calling card in French. You know, if I saw this photo, I wouldn't like point out her earring specifically. But okay, Sherlock. Alrighty, Sherlock, if you say so. Oh, there's some person crying. Oh, it's the daughter, I think.
Please, sir, I have nothing to tell
Cool.
you. Everyone stands ready to accuse me of this foul deed. I have done nothing. I have only seen my father die before my very eyes on day of my majority.
Wow, you just walked in from somewhere.
This young lady tells the truth. I can attest to her every move since she first appeared in the doorway. Beg your pardon for speaking so boldly, miss.
Where did you come from?
Where were you at the moment of the shooting?
I was near the bar speaking with Colonel Patterson. Everybody started applauding and turning towards the stage. I turned to look through the crowd.
Did you notice anything in particular?
When one of the doors opened, I did see a person hidden from the other's view. A beautiful young lady stood just at the threshold. I felt somewhat ashamed for staring at her so intensely, but her considerable charms captured my full attention until the dreadful shooting took place.
I'm gonna slide in there, dude.
Are you sure it was Miss Bromsby?
Yes, Colonel Patterson was next to me and can confirm what I saw. It seems to me that no one else was near us at that precise moment.
What is your reason for being here?
I owe it to Colonel Patterson. We met each other several days ago at his club. He kindly persuaded me to accompany him.
There he goes. What? They teleported me. Wait.
I would like
Oh
to
my
ask
God.
you several questions, if you don't mind.
If I can be of help, sir?
I was gonna try to touch the wine bottle, but it turns out there was a dude.
What were you doing when the tragedy happened?
I was serving those two gentlemen. As I was occupied, I saw nothing.
Are you one of the household staff?
No, I was sent by the Hartford agency to serve at the reception.
All right, you may take or leave.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, he may take his leave. Wow, Sherlock. So gracious of you. I had to wait for this guy's animation.
Sir, now will you answer my questions?
I am listening to you.
Can you also go, like, a bit further away from whatever mic you're using, sir?
Where were you precisely when the tragedy occurred?
We had been standing at the bar until the shot rang out, and I personally remained at the bar after it.
No, nothing deters you from a
Did
drink, I'll
happen
tell you
to
that
notice
one.
Miss Bromsby at that moment?
Impossible. My eyesight is so deucedly poor that I would not even notice if a fly
Deucedly?
fell into my whiskey.
Really?
Yes, damn shame. But I have a fine ear. I can offer much when the questions are about sounds. I can tell you that from all the applause, that old Bromsby had arrived and entered from my right. For the sound to have carried so well, the crowd must have been parted in that direction. I will add that if Lieutenant Harrington says that he saw a flea dancing with a fly in this place, you can take it on trust.
Is there anything else you recall?
Well, hold on a moment. I do have a scoop for your tabloid. I can assure you that Bromsby was killed with a right revolver of small caliber.
How long have you known Lieutenant Harrington?
We met at my officers' club several days ago. A brave boy, you can believe me. What could be better than to invite him to be my guest at this reception, where he could make many fair acquaintances?
Thank you for this information, sir.
Colonel to you.
Can I re-talk to the other guy?
Were you at that precise spot at the moment of the murder?
Indeed, I was standing just there. I could easily see the door because there were so few people in front of me.
What did you do right after the shot was fired?
I left the room as did almost everyone. I must leave now and make my excuses to Miss Lavinia for my behaviour, don't you think?
Thank you for your help.
It was not a problem.
Cool. Wait. Oh, I talked to a bunch of household staff.
Sir?
Let's talk to him again.
Did you know the Frenchman?
Oh, he chatters on like all the French. I do not think he came back.
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure, sir.
Really have an inventory. None that makes sense yet. See. I want to try talking to the lady. And the guy next to her, but then we got teleported. This store? I think it was this store. Yeah, wait, is there anything on this side? Window? Who are you?
Let me introduce myself. I am Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the infamous detective. We are heaven blessed by your presence. I am afraid I am still in shock.
Tell us what you saw.
I was behind Sir Bromsby when it all happened. I am sorry, but as such I could not see anything of interest. But I am convinced that Miss Lavinia had nothing to do with it.
Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
Oh, I forget myself. We haven't been properly introduced. I am Herman Grimble, advisor to the late Sir Melvyn Bromsby and minority shareholder of Bromsby Enterprises.
So you knew Sir Bromsby well, then?
What a sad end for such a great man. We first met in India several years ago. That would have been before the birth of Miss Lavinia. We have been business associates and friends ever since that moment.
What sort of man was Sir Bromsby?
He was a man with strong character that at times seemed excessive. He was unyielding, but he was a good man.
So much to talk
About the succession of his business interests.
I believe that Sir Bromsby had drawn up his will with his attorney and friend Horace Fowlett. When it is read, we will know more about the specifics. But I can assure you that nothing therein would threaten Bromsby Enterprises.
And where is this Mr.
Oh my
Fowlett?
god, there's so much to learn here.
Because he would have most certainly been invited. Although he is hardly a person of high society. Where could he be, I wonder?
We have found Sir Bromsby's speech. There's something quite puzzling about it.
Ah, you talk about the notes that I left for him. Sir Bromsby always improvised his speeches in public as well as in business. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to remind him about particular points. So I sometimes made notes for him on a sheet of paper. Hold on, he must have made that odd notation himself. It says something about a peasant and a snake. What could it mean?
Did Sir Bromsby have any enemies?
Oh, there are always those who envy a man who is successful in business.
You're lost, alien. I am too, don't worry. I'm not retaining much of what's going on.
No, I cannot think of anyone who would desire his death.
Well, clearly a lot of people
According to
aren't that into
witnesses,
him, I'll tell you what.
Bromsby seemed anxious.
Well, he really was a little worried these days, but it was most certainly due to the strains associated with the reception, ensuring a good time for his guests and the happiness of his daughter. They have not seen each other in 6 years. Perhaps he could not see her in the room.
Finally, we're done.
Very much.
I am at your disposal.
Ooh, someone who doesn't know. Time to catch them up. We were invited to some rich businessman's birthday party for his daughter. We were invited to investigate one of the performers, but then the man ended up getting shot during his speech, and people think it was his daughter. Also, I just realized I had a cut on my finger. See something. Damn it, Sherlock. Oh, it's off. It's got something.
A small caliber pistol. A Wright model. Train and ship tickets from Geneva to London.
Gun.
Train and ship tickets from Geneva to London.
I still have to. Oh, wait. Can I read that? No? I don't. Why is it in my inventory then? Here. Okay, I'm gonna get the powder another shot. Get a band-aid. I kind of want to get a band-aid. I'm kind of in like, cause it's like it's right on my pointer finger, on my dominant hand. So I keep kind of rubbing at it.
I need something.
Oh god, I think this is my time.
The tracer powder is located at
Oh my god!
1.65 from the surface.
Okay, let's go talk to the daughter again. How do we not find this earlier? I saw it earlier, but the thing is, for some reason, where I click on the screen and where the mouse registers things is different. So I have to be like a couple bits away from the actual item for it to register that I'm clicking on it. So if you saw earlier, to get the bag, I had to be like a couple spaces away from it instead of actually just clicking on the bag. So that was pretty.
I beg you, please leave me. I will answer only to the authorities.
I should reveal one of my hints.
You want a gun? Tell me things.
This revolver, is it yours?
Oh dear God.
Why would you require a pistol?
My father gave it to me shortly after I arrived. Dear God, what will the police make of this? I swear I did not kill my father. No.
But why would he press you to carry a pistol?
He seemed most anxious for my safety and his own. He told me that he would explain everything to me later, after the reception.
Miss, with your consent, I can investigate this matter.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Grimble has explained to me who you are and what you do. I would be eternally grateful if you could find out who killed my father.
That's all right. I must leave you now. Be strong, miss.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
I asked myself, what was Watson doing while I was searching the house? He was supposed to prevent people from leaving by the back entrance.
Here now, watch your step. If you're a reporter, they'd better be a doctor nearby, because when I get done with you, you'll need one.
Look here, my good man. I am a doctor. Dr. Watson, in fact. And believe me...
Dr. Watson? Hold on. Are you the Dr. Watson who writes about all those
Band-Aid
cases
break?
solved by Sherlock
Okay,
Holmes?
it's not that bad of a cut,
I've
guys.
read all your adventures.
I'm not even bleeding.
Who are you?
Just kind of
My
tingled
name
a
is
bit if I
Lamb,
run my
Governor.
finger over it.
I'm Sir Bromsby's coachman. Tell me, is he really that clever, this Sherlock Holmes?
Look sharp, Lamb. Sherlock Holmes and I require your able assistance.
No doubt.
Stand firm at the private entrance and make sure no one enters or leaves until Holmes or myself returns.
My pleasure, Dr. Watson. You tell Mr. Holmes that if anybody even steps on the lawn, they'll have to deal with Lamb. And I can tell you, there are few bold enough to dare my fists.
This door is blocked.
That gate is the only way in or out of here, Dr. Watson. I've already secured the other door on orders of Miss Lambert to avoid them nosy reporters. If anyone tries to make a break through the garden, they won't get past me.
I leave you, Lamb.
Right, I'll stand guard.
Cool. What are we doing? What are we doing, Watson? I almost said Sherlock. It's Watson. Oh, do I have a different cursor now that I'm Watson? Can't really tell, but it looks like... Yeah, it looks like it. Because Sherlock had a pipe. That's interesting. I didn't notice that before. That guy looks really down
Miss
on his
Lambert,
luck
I have
or
been
drunk.
looking for you. What a tragedy.
Simply dreadful. Can't believe what they're saying about Miss Lavinia.
Why did you open the gate so hastily?
I was so upset. I know now it was imprudent. I should have waited until the authorities arrived, but some of those gentlemen were so loudly insistent that I yielded.
Have you informed the police?
The village constable attended the reception. He left on his bicycle, I assume to inform the proper authorities. He told me that an inspector from Scotland Yard was already in the area on official business. I know nothing about the nature of his business, but I was told he should arrive soon.
What sort of man was your employer?
Oh, he was a great man. The people of the hall considered him to be very strict, but I think it was just his way of showing a fatherly attitude. And he dreamed of this day when Miss Lavinia would return.
You have a list of guests.
Oh, of course. I have a complete guest list for the reception. It's inside the dining room. I believe the police will have need of it. Well, nevertheless, I must first caution them to pay little heed to the notations I made regarding certain names.
Why were these notations made?
Their purpose was to note particular seating arrangements for the meal and the recital, according to specific concerns. Those individuals whom I considered to be very important were marked with a circle.
What about the other odd marks?
Louis-Philippe, Monsieur de la Musardière, suggested this method of arranging the seating. He also advised me that those guests with poor eyesight and hearing should be seated so that the acoustics and lighting in their room would favour their enjoyment of the recital. So the first category was marked with a point, the second with a cross.
What do you know about this Frenchman?
He is from a noble family, but found himself forced to seek a vocation as a head waiter. He is so inspired and keenly sensitive to the details. At first, I was afraid that Sir Bromsby would take offence with his suggestions, but he had moderated his opinions regarding French culture due to the influence of his friend Horace Fowlett.
What did he do that was so extraordinary?
His assistance was invaluable. He took such concerns with every little detail. The dishes, the tablecloths, everything. He not only declined an offer of lodging here at the hall, he also deferred his wages until the end of the reception. Oh, I would be so glad if he were here now.
Sounds like someone's got
And
a
where
plot.
has he gone?
He had pressing business in London. In fact, he found it necessary to visit his Harley Street physician. It seems his glasses were no longer helping with his eyesight.
Glasses.
You have been very kind, Miss Lambert.
You are most welcome. Oh, what a tragedy.
What a mouthful. What an info dump.
Hello. Please excuse me. I'm investigating the murder that has just happened.
Oh, yes. Well, that is good. What would you like to know?
Why your mouth moved like that?
Where were you at the moment when Sir Bromsby was killed?
I was near the stage, and I saw him falling. Oh, my goodness, it was terrifying. I ran for the door, but despite all my efforts, it was blocked.
But your costume is torn. How did this happen?
When I was trying to open the door, the crowd dragged me away. I then fell to the floor. I fortunately suffered no harm, but when I arose, my beautiful costume was ripped and stained.
Well, I
Cool.
won't disturb
Neat.
you anymore.
Yes, no, fine, thanks.
There's so much information we have to hear about.
Excuse
Oh my
me,
god.
May I speak with you?
Yeah, your servant, sir.
Are you one of the domestics employed by the hall?
No, I am the personal servant to old Satterthwaite. He is there, sitting on that bench. He seems right enough, but he refused a small drink for his health. Surely he cannot be well.
I got a chin. He's got a chin.
Tell me, what
Everyone
have you seen?
came out of like
I
a Sims
heard the
creator.
shot, then such a strange
Sims 2,
noise, and
maybe.
the next thing I know, all those money bags are running in a mad rush with their wives or whatever.
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure.
And you, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for Miss Roundtree, the niece of that banker chap. She is inconsolable, all because her admirer of a mere 3 days' acquaintance had already abandoned her. Nothing unusual about that. There is no worse-tempered female than this girl. Well, maybe other than my wife.
They had text for that.
Well,
Nice.
Cheers.
I did not mean to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Text goes out of the box,
you
alright.
heard the shot.
I just left to relieve myself there at the end of the garden, you see. Seems to me I missed a good race for the doors. Worthy of the Royal Derby.
Well, good.
Look at all those.
Cheers.
You're hearing all this voice work? Wow.
Well, my good man, why are you here?
I am the manservant of Lieutenant Harrington. I accompanied him with the old general of the infantry or whatever. I seem to have drunk too much.
Did you hear the
Cool,
shot?
3 drunks in a circle.
What shot? Oh, the shots. Great reception, isn't it?
I have to go. Are you all right?
Very good. Bye, madam.
Madam. Dang, Watson. Alright, I guess we can go talk to the people then.
Do you work here, miss?
Yes, my name is Sue. I am a maid for the hall.
Where were you when these tragic events took place?
I was serving when it happened. I ran straight for the door, just like the others. I swear his daughter must have done it. She's such a strange one.
Thank you, miss. We may talk with you again.
Oh, I hope so.
That was a weird way to spell he. Oh, hi.
Are you a relative of the victim?
No. In truth, I always mocked Sir Bromsby. I am upset because my friend did not arrive as promised.
As beautiful as she is cruel, apparently. I have questioned everyone here. I'll go see if Holmes has finished on his end.
Cool, great, that was informative.
Holmes,
That entire
the
talk.
gate.
I know, Watson, but it is of no real consequence. To question all these people would be a tiresome activity and would be of no value to this inquiry. Such ordinary inquiries are best left to the police. They have their purposes.
As you like, Holmes.
Now, Watson, to put your mind at rest, I can see that you have done well in my absence by placing the formidable coachman at the gate. I also imagine you have already spoken with Miss Lambert?
Yes, and some other people too.
Hold your report until our return to Baker Street. Meanwhile, be a good man and look to the gate. I must be informed the moment any official arrives. As always, I depend on your able assistance, Watson.
Now off with you, Watson. Oh wait, I can't move. I actually have to sit here and watch him walk. Okay, we're back to it. Let's go do Sherlock things. What will Sherlock do? Ooh.
I need something.
It's on the ground. Do you want this?
I need something.
No? This?
I need something. It is a size 7.
I can't really see it, but if you say so, Sherlock. This is everything there. Oh. I've lost control.
Holmes!
Cutscene.
Good day, Lestrade. Your haste deserves comment. One could say that you
Sticking
were
your
right
thumb
to
into
hurry
your
here, as this case is one of
pipe.
great complexity and challenge. Do not worry. I think that you will manage to get back to your mother before the dinner hour.
In the name of devil, Holmes, you go too far. Do you spy on me now? How do you know I've been to my mother's?
Dear Lestrade, it is really quite simple. I must admit my mind has been stimulated by the main course, which would be this unique case. However, I sometimes enjoy a light snack of the details which surround it. Observe, we are in the middle of the countryside, and you have some fresh yellow pollen, but only on your right sleeve. This implies a recent gift of flowers. It is a gallant gesture, but surely a meeting with the fairer of our species would take place in London. Considering the promptness of your arrival, it must have been a bouquet of flowers you took to someone who lives in this area. I presume that you have family living nearby, and I would think only your mother would warrant such an attentive gesture. There is a fresh dab of fat at the corner of your mouth, as well as on the bit of handkerchief visible from your pocket. This is consistent with a recent meal of a big piece of steak. Who would make a policeman swallow such a substantial meal at this hour, and when a crime has been just committed? It could only be a mother thinking about the hard task awaiting her child.
Well, Holmes, when you explain it like that, it really seems quite simple. Good show. What about this Bromsby murder?
A unique case, as I've already noted, but any supposition would be premature until we consider Dr. Watson's report, as well as your own findings. Miss Lavinia has asked that the esteemed Dr. Watson and I give this case our full attention, though I doubt she is aware of all the implications of this case. Lestrade, you can find the victim inside, and I recommend calling upon his solicitor, Mr. Horace Fowlett. Mrs. Hudson is cooking a roast tomorrow at noon. Why don't you be our guest, and we can share our discoveries? What do you think? Watson and I must take our leave, as there's much to be done at Baker Street. Are you coming, Watson? Let us return to Baker Street.
That wasn't an option, Watson. Oh my god. Sherlock just bulldozed everyone in that conversation. He just ran everyone over and just kept talking about stuff. We're getting lag? Okay. I'll kind of sit here for a little bit. Oh my god. It's just like, man, he just steamrolled everyone, asked Watson if he was coming, but then immediately it's like, we're going. Alright, the Baker Street. Wow. Where'd you get your coat? Where'd you put your coat?
Everything is well noted. Watson, bravo. All of these elements will be a great help to us. As for myself, I have already told you everything that I know, and I can tell you nothing more until I receive answers to the messages I've sent with Wiggins. Now I must return to my experiments to test my theory regarding the substance I found at the scene of the murder. Meanwhile, I suggest you look through the books in the bookcase. Information that you find there might prove very useful in resolving this case.
Bye, Sherlock.
I have to check 3 books on the shelves. Let's see.
Okay, let's check the books then. It just made a noise. Sounded like 3 books. The study of footprints, ballistic science, and the study of tobacco.
Here is information which could be really helpful in our investigation. These Chirapaki cigarettes come from Brazil, and they seem to contain narcotic substances. What might they be?
Oh.
I need to analyze the evidence found at Sherringford Hall. A piece of white cloth, a small box, various powders, and finally the hair. Let's get to work.
Okay, Sherlock. Where? Is this your desk? Can I go here? Watson, you're in my way. Okay, I guess it's not here? This desk?
I need to analyze
Okay.
the evidence found at Sherringford Hall. A piece of white cloth, a small box, various powders, and finally the hair. Let's get to work. To analyze the nature of these stains, I must first soak the cloth in a solution of soap and water.
Okay. Well, here's water. Do we have soap? Soap? That's not soap. That's solvent. Here we go. Ah. That's some previous looking soap. Okay.
To analyze the nature of these stains, I must first soak the cloth in a solution of soap and water.
Uh-huh.
Now I shall place this cloth in the solvent. Let's examine it under the microscope.
It's a lot tinier than I thought it was. Well, put it in the microscope. You want this? No? Sherlock? Sherlock? It's gone.
Now I shall place this cloth in the solvent.
It's what?
Now I shall place this cloth in the solvent. The stains are sticky, but not very oily.
Uh-huh.
Let's examine it under the microscope. Let's examine it under the microscope.
Uh-huh.
A very
There we
fine
go.
white cotton.
Okay, it's white cotton. Got powder.
What would be the reaction if I heated this powder?
I don't know, dude. Let's do it.
Burnt gunpowder.
Oh, there it went.
Let's examine it under the microscope. Let's examine it under the microscope. Let's examine it under the microscope.
Uh-huh. You're gonna tell me what you find? Sherlock?
Let's examine it under the microscope.
Not this, not
Let's
that.
examine it under the microscope. Let me study this more closely.
Well, I'll just take it off, I guess. What else do we have? What else we can test with, I guess.
Let's examine it under the microscope. A man's hair.
Great.
Let's examine it under the microscope. A light feminine perfume. Let me study this more closely. Let me study this more closely.
I'd love to study it more closely, but we can't, Sherlock.
A box containing some
Oh my
white
God.
powder. Let's examine it under the... Let's examine it. These powders are similar. I can see it from the grains.
Ah, there we go. I guess. What do I do with this? I put this on fire? I put this in water? No.
What would be the reaction if I heated this powder? It has no effect. Let's mix some water with this powder. Let's mix a glue or pasty substance, like starch.
What? What was that turnaround?
We've gathered all of the key elements, Watson.
What was that
However, before we
turnaround?
retire, let's summarize our findings. The questions should be answered yes or no,
What?
and justified by the evidence or testimony received
Oh my
during the
god.
investigation.
I forgot the older games had a quiz section where they asked you questions you had to answer and you had to provide evidence on why you picked that answer. Oh my god. It's quiz time! I hope you all were paying attention. I forgot the old games did this. Okay. Do we have an idea for the weapon used for the crime? Yes. Where's my evidence? Oh god, here's all the testimony accounts. And here's where we found all the evidence. This is all the documents. This is a map. Whew! Whew! I don't have items. I only have these. You can't put in. I don't think you can put in items. Yeah, I don't even have the gun. So I have to find someone talking about the gun. I don't have the gun in my inventory, so we can't use inventory items. We actually have to get through from here. Okay. This one or this one? Oh, it's this first one. This one? This one, maybe? Maybe? Yeah, this should be the one, right? Yeah, he doesn't say anything else to us, okay. Yes. They don't tell you if you're right until the end. Oh no. Could the murderer escape through the stairs going to the second floor? No. Because Mary was there the entire time. What's her thing say? The ashes found in the smoke room are from English cigarettes? No. I guess I could look up here if there's evidence. No, it's anything but cigarettes. Oh, there's a green frame. Where's my study of— there it is. There. Where did we find the powder? Where did we find the power? Smell of gunpowder in the kitchen stairs. Sauce, tablecloths, dustbin, ashy footprints, traces around this one or this one? Only this one. This one, I guess? Again, I think. Actually, do we have something that says something else? Hold on. Oh god, this is so hard to read. Cigarette butt. There we go. Cigarette butt. Names my video chair. Study tobacco. Okay. Was the side door going to the kitchen open after the shot? No, I don't think so. This is a dialogue one. Frames. No, this is the— and dustbin. Where we're gonna put in? Ah. Alright. I was trying to open the door. It was blocked. There we go. Okay. Does Lambert choose tablecloths and arrange tables? No. This is both dialogue too. Ah, where's Miss Lambert? I know she definitely said something about this. Yep, there it is. Okay. Where else? There's some other dude who talked about it. Right, you were the first one who mentioned the Frenchman. Yeah, there we go. Do we have an idea of the murderer's height? Yes, we have the smudge prints and we have the foot thing. The red frame, so... Actually, no, I think they're talking about the smudge. So it should be... where is it? I have to really squint. Oh my god. There it is. Ballistic science. Okay. Among the interrogated people, do any others than Colonel Patterson have bad eyesight? Bad eyesight was... Well, regardless of if it was X or the circle, it was definitely a yes. There is it. There it is. Yes. I guess we can bring Miss Lambert back in. Did I do it? Close your notebook. Oh.
It is simplicity itself.
Yes!
You've answered all the questions.
Go drink water.
My dear Lestrade,
Simplicity itself.
on the precise quality of your
I'm
notes.
so smart.
It is true that you have missed everything of importance, but you have spared me the trouble of eliminating the trifles and pointing me in the right direction. I hear familiar steps on the stairs. Please be seated, Watson. You must be famished. Lestrade was kind enough to bring a copy of his notes, hoping
We're
it would
only
be of
eating
assistance in this
what
affair.
looks like a fish.
You can study them now and enjoy your meal. Please take your time, Watson, because bad digestion weakens our ability to reason.
Holmes, you will get no argument from me, as this dish is delicious.
We will go to Sherringford Hall with Lestrade
Yeah, she
when
took
you
off the plate,
finish with your
amazing.
meal.
I must read the documents Holmes gave me.
He's just kind of standing behind Lestrade, really ominously. I didn't beat this game for nothing. Oh my god. My brain. Can't believe I remembered stuff. My brain power is reserved only for mysteries, apparently. I will not remember anything else. Okay, so we're not done, of course, but like, we're gonna take a little break. How's everyone doing? How we feeling? We doing alright? Everyone caught up to speed? I don't know what you're supposed to be caught up on, but like, the only thing we have right now is that the Frenchman was suspicious. Oh man. How's Sherlock been treating you guys? How are you liking Sherlock so far? This is definitely one of their oldest games. I think there's a couple games after this that are entirely point and click, like not even, they're the search and find item games. those would probably be more easier to digest because those don't really have a plot. I'm gonna tell you that. But the early Sherlock games are pretty much like this. Sherlock just dumps things on you and then leaves. And then you have to do a lot of legwork, and then at the end Sherlock quizzes you on everything and you're like, oh my god, I haven't retained anything. It's okay, guys. It's okay if you're not getting it. I'm here. I'm the one, remember, I'm the one playing the video games. So ultimately, it is my brain power we're going off of today. Sherlock's killing your brain, guys? Yeah, Sherlock does that. He just dumped a bunch of information on me. How do you do that, mod? Are you God? It is simplicity itself. What it is that I don't remember. I do not remember the ending or like how we even get there because there's a lot of moments from this game in particular that I just remember specifically, but I don't remember how we got there. Any of there. What it is, it's what the quizzes are supposed to do is it's supposed to guide your thinking. So, you know, it was like asking me like, so do we know this? And then you kind of shuffle around the information. You're like, oh wait, I think we do know this. So I was kind of realizing it as I was doing the quiz, yeah. So I wouldn't say that I'm smart. I just have logical thinking, I guess. Alright, we're supposed to read the papers. Get out of my way, Lestrade. Give me paper. Okay, we'll walk this way then. Alright, there are these papers. Wait, do I have them? No! Oh, it's multiple pages. Oh, it's 3 pages. Oh, wait, is that 4 pages? That's 4 pages. Ah! Let's know about Speedy studies financial, owing his scholarship to the financial support of his older sister who owned a florist shop. When he was his diploma would put for a small firm which he led for a large enterprise. He was sent to India to assist in the construction of a bridge for the army. At the end of this project, he left his position with founded his own enterprise in Bromsby. At the same time, he courted Carletta Campbell, the second daughter of someone Campbell, commander-in-chief of an important local garrison. That military mission, straightforward nature and business acumen. Oh yeah. Thus, the army entrusted him with many contracts for just barracks and married Carletta, his best position. He hired a young accountant, Mr. Grimble, who later became first assistant. I do consider Mission Grimble. His various administrative tasks and grandparents continued to pass for years. Apple died giving birth to their daughter. Business enjoys great success, however the fact that he's been awarded nearly all of the army's civilian contracts has aroused interest in unfinished in India. It has been rumored that he gained his fortune through the exploitation of his Indian laborers and British workmen, poor working conditions and miserable wages. Why did the text get smaller? No, it just got a lot more spaced. Woo! Okay. Upon learning of the death of his elder sister, he decided to return home and prepare the transfer of his business interests to England. He also invested his money in several cement factories which permitted him to reduce his costs further and thus increase his profits. He sent his daughter to study at a school near Sate, somewhere in Switzerland. She has just returned to England several days ago. He was awarded a knighthood. He was awarded a knighthood! There are several cases where his name has been mentioned because of suggested fraud with his contracts and ill usage of convict laborers at his factory. Such practices are common in London business circles, and his wealth allowed him to avoid scrutiny by the courts. Thus, when his behavior is weighed within the current climate of commercial morality, he is neither angel nor demon. Something his business assets are... Assuming his business assets are included, his current fortune would be measured in the tens of thousands of pounds. That would make him one of the wealthiest contractors in Britain. Okay, whew, I read it. He's a businessman. His scholarship was from his elder sister, who was a florist. He went to India. He got married to some important garrison leader's daughter. Started a business there. He's constantly been suspected of fraud and mistreating his workers and taking advantage of them. But he's so rich they can't catch him. Yeah, that's basically the gist of it, and also, yeah. And he has like a couple friends he met on there. Well, that guy he met. What are we doing? It's like, what else are we supposed to be doing? I read the thing. What are we doing now? Can we just leave? Can I just leave Lestrade here? I cannot just leave Lestrade here. Did I not read everything? Do you want me to, like, touch it? Oh, is that from Minecraft? Dang, Minecraft. You're one mention in this game. Lestrade, it's time for you to go. I don't know where Sherlock went, but it's not here. Oh. Oh, there's more area. But where do we go? Well, I just see footsteps. Lestrade, you're still like a dead man. Definitely not desk. Hold on. Well, we only have the... I want this. I'll clock you over the head, Lestrade. Oh, this is a good time to stave, actually. Where the heck am I going? Where the heck am I going? Where am I going? Why is Lestrade even here? We were just eating breakfast with Lestrade. And Sherlock went somewhere. And Sherlock talked at him, yeah. Definitely talked at him, not talked with him. You were supposed to read the paper, and then we read it. Now what do we do? Uh-oh. Wait, I have a map. I just remembered. No, I can't do anything with the map. There's only one spot and it's Baker Street. Wait, there's more. Oh, there's more. I didn't read Lestrade's reports. I only read the letter from Minecraft. Minecraft? I'm sorry, Minecraft. I called you Minecraft. Ooh, I sure don't like things that have multiple pages on them. They got multiple pages. Oh my god, this is even tinier. No, this must apply to Holmes. According to Grimble, the partner of Sir Bromsby, her relationship with her father comes so strained that Sir Bromsby visited his daughter only once during these past 6 years. Oh God, I could barely read this. I'm not gonna lie. Attorney, domestic suspect, no guests are present during uncount shit. Service test beyond is. A man called Sir Bromsby, no official in private, as a defendant in any criminal civil matters, no appearance as a witness in a criminal or civil law case. Complainant as to a robbery committed at a fair stand in St. Bartholomew. He robbed a state stand and they found him? A fair stand, rather? He was involved in a fair stand robbery? It's like he's never been called to court ever, but they did find out he was involved in the robbery of a fair stand in St. Bartholomew. But he didn't go to court for it, which I guess that was money power, but apparently he did do something.
All this is very interesting. According to the evidence, it seems that the shooter was not in the ballroom or the corridor. Where was he then?
Are you finished, Watson? Shall we go?
Did you just come out of the closet, Watson? Not Watson. Did you just come out of the closet, Sherlock? You were just kind of standing there. Wow, we're all walking in sync. Look at those boys go.
Cabby!
We're really coming up on it though. The fact that we don't have shadows makes us really funny. Oh, can I move? You guys all have identical bodies.
Sirs, please, go right in. Please wait here, gentlemen.
Oh, it's empty.
I will see if Miss Lavinia is receiving callers. She's in her room.
I can just leave right away. Where'd our
Well,
coats go?
Mr. Grimble, I didn't expect to see you here at this hour.
I am worried about Miss Lavinia, needless to say. I also thought I might learn something of interest about the investigation. This difficulty, if it persists, can do great harm to the business.
Sir Bromsby and Miss Lavinia had rather strained relations.
Oh, Watson started writing.
Sir Bromsby
I guess
and
we're all
Miss
involved in the
Lavinia
conversation.
have never got on very well. Of late, their distance had grown due to the influence of several incidents.
What sort of incidents, precisely?
I do remember one instance in India, where Sir Bromsby attacked a friend of Miss Lavinia. He was our native cartman's son. It seems he spilled a jug full of water that was intended for Sir Bromsby to wash his face. Bromsby began cursing and thrashing the boy before his daughter's very eyes. Miss Lavinia took her friend's part and spoke to her father most rudely.
The devil, you say? What occurred next?
There is no one in the whole of India who would have dared address Sir Bromsby in such a manner. He stayed closeted in his office for the entire day. The next day, he fired the carter. But despite these incidents, I am still sure that Miss Lavinia sincerely loved her father.
Cool. That was the story you just told me. I guess we're done.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
All right, as you wish. I shall remain here.
Okay. You're not coming along, Watson? I guess not. I guess I just walk on my own. Sad. My god. It is empty now. Huh? Can I go back out? I don't think I can go back out. Oh, I guess we'll just go in.
I have to leave you, sirs. I need to verify certain things.
Oh, you actually told them you were just going somewhere. I just kind of expected you to just leave.
The more we consider the facts of this affair, the more mysterious it becomes.
The important thing is to be precise and rigorous in your analysis. But at Scotland Yard, we know this well. Reminds me a bit of bad business I resolved. I believe it involved a theft of sticks from a polo team.
I have myself engaged in this sport but a few years ago.
Really?
Do you enjoy the sport of polo, Mr. Grimble? No. You cannot imagine the benefits of this sport. To achieve perfect form and union, man with horse.
A little like the waltz, eh?
Exactly. Except that with this sport, mounting is at full speed, which complicates things singularly. I don't follow you.
The team from Brixton, in my opinion, is the finest example of
Why are
how
we talking
polo
about
should be
polo?
played.
Perhaps they may well be. But what would you
This
say
is a long
about the
conversation.
last match of the Old Goats Rangers?
They were absolutely splendid. But what of the Brixton team?
Weren't they the cause of some ruckus about a matter of corruption?
What? Is this important? Was the polo talk important? Damn, I just got like an earful of that. Now you're out of the hatch, but your knife keeps disappearing.
May I come in?
Well, oh, take that!
It is already dead. Oh, the look he's giving me. Oh, that's funnier than it should be.
Pardon me. It is already quite dead, you know.
Oh, you frighten me! I have a case of the nerves, you understand. I cannot find my bottles.
On the table.
No, not those. That is a poor vintage. The 2 bottles that the old crap, God rest his soul, ordered up from London for the party. Both were 18-year-old whiskey, perfect for the digestion and the heart's sorrows.
And who could have taken them?
I'm sure that the barman from Hertford stumbled them. Who else would know to take those particular bottles over the others?
Very good. I will leave you to your chicken then.
That's it.
I do like Sherlock in the older games. He does have like a bit of... He does sound more emotive. He kind of loses that as the games go on, I think, but... Why can I go here? You have something for me? No? Okay. Leave out of here then. Let's leave this guy alone. Ooh, ooh. Gimme.
To whom does this belong?
Okay. Okay. Check the bathroom. Oh, it's dark in here. I don't like that. None? 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 Okay, we're out of here. Away with you, Sherlock. Ooh, see something.
A handbag of Lavinia Bromsby. I do not favour ransacking a lady's personal property, but I think she will be understanding.
It's her fault for leaving it there. Oh, no, look like there's anything else in here. Nope, okay. Wait, I should look through what's in here, actually.
A programme for the London Opera.
Oh, I got a noise. Harrington letter? Okay. Excuse my boldness and do believe in my most sincere condolences and honorable affections in this terrible time. I cannot excuse myself, but I allow you to face all of this on your own. I ordered my Calais to move my possessions to the Queen's Arm, which is the nearest inn to Sherringford Hall. I would be greatly honored if you could also allow me to make myself useful to you. At my new lodgings, I am but a few minutes away, should you require my assistance. I took care to forget my gloves at your mansion, so that my visit to call on you would not invite any undue speculations to gossip. Sincerely and eternally yours, Harrington. Oh my god, this guy's getting in. I think he's sus. I think that guy's suspicious, trying to like slide into her. Trying to get good with her at a time like this.
No, I need more information.
You need more information to walk up a staircase? Oh. Can't do anything here. I guess we'll go back out. Go in here.
Closed.
Okay, we'll go back to the ballroom. There we go. Oh, Lavinia. Yeah, you walked through that pole, Sherlock.
I feel quite ready to answer your questions now, Mr. Holmes. Yesterday I was not in my right senses. I do want to encourage you, on the sound advice of Mr. Grimble. He explained to me that everything my father built during his entire life may collapse unless this gossip ceases and this matter is resolved. Do you agree, Mr. Holmes?
Whatever the truth is, I will reveal it.
Nice way to sidestep that.
First of all, it is necessary for me to know your acts and your movements during this unfortunate event.
First I attended my appearance in the powder room. Then, as my father requested, I was standing quietly just inside the ballroom. I powdered my face one last time, while everyone, including myself, was watching my father. Suddenly, I heard this noise from behind me. and then I saw my father stagger and fall. Oh, my dear lord. So I ran to his side and found that he was dead.
What was your relationship with your father?
We barely saw or even wrote to one another for 6 years. But the father that met me upon my return was not the man I remembered. Something in his eyes had changed. There was a wariness there and perhaps even some unexplained anxiety.
Forgive me, but it seems Lieutenant Harrington has made himself responsible for your care.
Oh, he has proved himself to be most gallant and considerate. I have no friends here, other than Mr. Grimble. Mr. Harrington neither requested nor expected any recognition for his kind interventions and was most attentive yesterday evening.
Ooh, girl has no friends because she was abroad this entire time and she comes back with some guys giving her attention right after her dad dies, her rich business dad, to which she's the only heir to.
Thank you for answering my questions, miss.
Oh, it is me who should be thanking you.
Grimble's also
As I
kind of
mentioned to you
suspicious,
before,
but...
if this investigation is to proceed properly, it'll be necessary to examine your father's personal documents. May we see his office? I suppose Sir Bromsby kept his papers in this drawer.
Watch out!
Good God!
It must be one of Fowlett's inventions. Sir Bromsby mentioned he had asked his lawyer to devise security measures to protect his private documentation. I remember now that Fowlett has a unique passion for mechanizations and automatons. I had no idea what kind of devices he had created.
Inspector Lestrade, I give you leave to tend to your appearance. I doubt you can return to the yard in such disrepair. I will now examine this room according to my methods.
That went fast. Also, what kind of dude's like, I'm gonna rig an explosion in your desk. My god. Well, he definitely got rid of whatever was in here, I'll give him that.
It is the pieces of the English edition of the Indian newspaper.
What do we got? Of a code? Remember I still have the original of the puzzle concerning the code in my 55 is a number to be found by adding piece of newspaper. I can't tell what that says. Translated from French. Jean or something.
A page from this book has been marked. Let's examine it.
Did you... Medieval French art. This verse contains subject figure. Uh-huh. Did you... Letter from Fowlett to oh no! Hold on, I gotta put my face on the screen. I would not miss this reception at any cost. I cannot help but envision the sight of his eyes when you make your announcement. Fear not, I have not received any bad news from my friend, the customs official. I will see you then on the day after tomorrow. Yours, your friend, Fowlett. Yes, this book will certainly help you to understand my preferences in art that you found so debatable during your last visit. One more challenge. Ah!
The young Lavinia, with her grandfather, no doubt.
Oh wow, there's a... What? That's a real elephant.
I need something. A Masonic symbol, no doubt.
Is that everything? Can I open this? Open that? Open this? This. This. Miss something on here? He ripped off some guy, but... Guess we'll just walk away from the desk for now. Wait.
This bridge is quite impressive. It must have been a considerable undertaking.
What?
Look here. This message just came from
Welcome
me.
back, Lestrade.
2 days ago, Mr. Horace Fowlett was seen leaving for the North Country. The constable for the town of Flatton, where the solicitor resides, obtained this information from Fowlett's neighbours.
I have a bad feeling about this, Watson. What would you say to a short jaunt to Flatton to finish off our day?
No objection at all, Holmes.
Oh my god, Fowlett's trying to leave. Oh, here we go, slow walking.
Cabby!
Hello, gentlemen. Constable Fletcher here.
Good day, Constable. Can you help us?
Yes, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard wired me about your arrival and instructed me to do as I would with the inspector himself.
Would you be so good to take us to the neighbours who spoke of that night?
Come with me. Here we are.
Wow, that got desolate real fast. Excellent! Mood!
Graham, this is a
That was
detective
a
from London.
snap up.
He would like to hear what Mr. Fowlett told you that night.
So Mr. Fowlett left?
Yes, he made his departure the day before yesterday, in the night. Not that this is the first time he's behaved in such a way. Anyway, he's not like others, and it didn't seem odd to see him leave at that hour, despite the heavy downpour.
And how is he, this Fowlett?
I'd call him an eccentric, you see. Not that I have anything bad to say about the man. His place is full of baubles with springs and mechanisms. There have been explosions. Yes, upon my word, explosions. But the next morning, there he'd be, always ready to wish me a good day.
Did you actually see him depart?
Well, a shutter on the barn had come loose and was beating about in the wind. I went out to set it straight in that moonless night. Then there he was. I saw him leaving. I shouted out, "Hey there, Mr. Fowlett." He waved and shouted something about leaving for the north for a fortnight.
Do you know where he went?
I couldn't quite make him out with all the wind and rain, but it seemed to me he left on some business matter. I think a fellow came to talk to him about something.
Interesting.
Well, it may be nothing, but if you think that the things he has in there might explode, you should better go and check.
Do you know a way into Fowlett's house?
Here's the key to the door that he left with my wife. If you don't mind, I won't accompany you. I prefer to remain alive and in good health a good bit longer.
You say
That's
he had
something.
a visitor?
Oh, I don't know. It seems to me I saw someone at his place at nightfall. But people often visited old Fowlett at odd times. Fellows who brought him pieces of I don't know what for his contraptions. There was also a friend who often came by. I think his name was Sir Glumsby or Flomsby. But it couldn't have been him because he's much taller than the chap I saw.
Cool.
I will go see what I can find. Wait for me here.
As you wish.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Constable Fletcher, I must ask that you allow me to enter alone. Do you agree?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Cool, great.
And now, Watson, if you could be so kind to return to the station and speak with the station
Oh, we're
master.
sending Watts out
Question
again?
him until you are satisfied that you have a detailed description of the party who took the last train to the north 2 days ago.
My pleasure.
As soon as you're done, please return here. Keep close watch, for I may need your assistance inside. Wait for us.
All right.
Okay, let's go. This really suspicious murder den. Do you want to wait like a little closer, Fletcher?
Close.
What's this?
My word, I can't see anything.
I also cannot see anything.
I need something.
This?
I need something.
What do you want from me?
I need something.
Oh man, it's dark. I can't really see anything. This?
Ah, Fowler liked his jests.
You just got shot fire, right? Are you okay, Sherlock? I guess he's fine.
I need to be cautious. These items may contain traps, such as those found in Bromsby's office.
Neat. Oh, shoes. What size is he?
Size 6.
6. So he wasn't the man. He wasn't the guy at the place then. Accomplice?
What an odd house.
Ah! Ah! Okay.
Look, what's this?
I don't know, what'd you get? A wooden toy? Neat. Okay, let's go say hi to the clown. Can I? Oh, we're close.
These paintings are from the town of Epinal.
Okay.
There might be another drawing hidden among these pictures. Let's examine them carefully.
You say that to me, but I don't know what we're looking for, Sherlock. I'm just gonna kind of stare at it. Hey, what are you? That's like a puzzle.
I need a token to play this automaton.
You need a token. Where are we gonna find a token? Okay, let's keep going. Wait, are these footprints and the shoes separate? Wait. Okay.
I need something.
Oh, I think they are.
It is a size 7.
The size 7 man was here. Our accomplices. Got any books for me?
These books warrant a closer look.
What did you pick up? Poetry. Oh, the serpent. Tells of a peasant charitable, but not too wise. One winter's day was traveling around the land he lended. He saw a serpent stretched out in the snow, cold and frozen, paralyzed, having little time to live. The villager took him home, and without considering the cause of such an action, laid him up for the fire, warmed him and revived it. Frozen serpent began to sense and want to revive his soul as well as evil nature. He lifted his head a bit, whistled, coiled his body, and then struck against his benefactor, his savior, and his father. Ingrate, said the peasant, is thus you repay me? You will die. And with these words in righteous rage, he took a knife and sliced the beast, making 3 serpents with 2 cuts, a trunk, a head, and a tail. The evil one tried to join himself, but it was to no avail. Charity is a virtue, but be careful towards whom. There's no point showing it to ingrates who seal their own doom. Cool.
A pheasant and a serpent. The very symbols found on Sir Bromsby's speech.
Okay, now we enter door. Ooh, a kitchen.
I need something. White flaky ash.
Ah, cigarette, the return. Back to the desk with us, I guess.
Gin! Lud. Gin! Lud. Lud. Gin! Lud.
Cool! You're so excited, Sherlock!
Gin! Lud. Gin! Lud.
Okay. That's enough playing around, I think. Wait, can I take this?
Lud. Gin! Lud.
Okay, I can't take it. I guess we just see it then.
Lud. Gin! Lud.
Okay, I can't take any evidence in this. Wait, there's glass on the floor. Can I take this? Sherlock, don't be such a miser. Okay, he won't take it. That's a dark hallway. Oh, the door?
I can see a faint gleam. I need something. Ah, now I see better. The blood was cleansed with this mop.
That's a mop? That looks like a broom. If you say so, Sherlock. But also, there's blood. That's not good.
Closed.
Okay. Wow. That's a thing.
An automatic shoe brush. What an inventor this Fowlet is.
Uh-huh. Oh? Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. It's the puzzle. And that's a lot of numbers. I'll put this away for now. I didn't see anything.
Fowlet created this device to most likely perfect his invention. Fowlet created this device to
Sure, it's... I don't know what it is, but sure.
Very interesting.
You mean the fact that there's a screwdriver stuck in it?
These are old award certificates from automation invention competitions.
Accomplished then.
I need something.
You want this?
I need something.
Want this?
I need something.
I guess you actually want like a key.
I need something.
Want a boat?
I need something.
Fine then, don't take my boat.
I need something.
Wait. Oh.
There is Fowlet. He is not tall and appears to be quite obese.
Cool.
Greasy substance. Very interesting.
Did you just pick up grease off of the... Okay. Kinda gross, but okay, Sherlock.
The pillow is missing.
The pillow is missing. Also, you're clipping through the bed, Sherlock.
Fowlet created this device to most likely perfect his invention.
Oh man, I guess this is... Can you like... Oh, you can actually tell that all my clicks are off because all these circles are supposed to be in these little indents, but my game resized itself, so everything is off a little bit. So you can actually see by how much it's off. Because like this 8's supposed to be here, kind of thing. Oh man. Sir, what am I supposed to do with this? I didn't see anything else in this house, so that means... Wait. Wait, there's a little stuff I got for oh. 55. That's the only number I've got, right? Oh, that's the only number I've got. Oh my god. You know, see, I can't put them in the side because this entire row is supposed to be here. We're off by one row. But it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Okay, the only number I have in my thing from recent clues is 55. Is this like really giant Sudoku? I think like hold on. I'm gonna get my calculator because this is I'm not doing this in my head. 8 plus 5 plus 3 plus 7 plus 6 plus 6 plus 9 plus 2 plus 8 equals 54. It was 55 and we only have one missing number, so that means I would put a 1 in here? I think? I'll just put that there. I think it's supposed to also be alternating, which I guess makes it easier to decide because it's alternating. Oh man, I have to do maths. I'm gonna drink water during a moment. Alright, welcome to math time. Okay, so I guess I'll go down. 8 plus 10 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. 8. 4 plus 2 equals 42. We need to get to 55, so I'll max that with 55. 13. We only go up to 10 here. There's no black 10, so it has to be this and then this. Okay. 4 plus 7, 8, 7, 3 plus 9 equals missing 3. Look what puzzle games do to you. Look what puzzle mystery games do to you. You see these kind of things and you have to think of solutions. Ugh, vile. Can't believe I'm using my brain power for stuff like this. 4, 5, 5 equals... Absolutely vile. Okay, so this one needs to be a 5. No, wait. I think I counted that wrong. No, okay, I got it. Wait, I got it. There. That one. There it is. Oh, I wasn't a math student either. I was a ELA kid. Two, okay. Okay, I need a 5 here. I mean, we're just adding up to 55. Plus they made it easier on you by making so the colors switch up. 5, we'll put there. Okay. That's 8. Yeah, it's gonna be just me doing math for a while. While you listen to this really dramatic piano. Okay, so I need an 11. So this and this spot. What if we put where is it? This. Okay, so 3, 7 plus 9. Wait, no, like a 3 plus 9. 5 plus 8 plus 10. 2 equals 5. We got. Missing 3 here? Okay, we split that up from here, so we've got it here, so I'll try 3, then we have 8 left. Can we get that on a 4? No. Maybe a 6 and a 2. Not a 4 and a 2. Ugh. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat. I'm just kind of focusing so we can get through this as fast as possible. That's a 10. We only have. I did that wrong. Okay, so it's like this. So we'll do it like that. No, I don't have a 3 here. I think I need to swap out a 3 for a 5. That's a black 3. How's this? Oh, got it! Ah! Okay, we did it. Math's over. Oh, we got the token. Alright, let's go party with the cloud. I can put my calculator away. Wait. Did I not examine this? Can you not examine this? It looks such an examinable thing though. Okay, we can't examine it. We're leaving then. Ah! Well, I had a calculator, so I shouldn't complain, but... Oh my god. Is me doing Sherlock gonna finally prove to you guys that I have that I have intelligence? Take my
I need a token to play this automaton.
It's like, what? Is that not a token? Am I daft?
I need a token. I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this automaton displays.
What? What? Oh. Oh.
What card do you play?
It talks! Oh, the music is conflicting with the background music. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh, what? Am I looking at all three of these? 3 aces? Do you want
I need to place
my
the correct
ace?
card in its hand.
Weird. Oh, like, did that work? Oh.
What card do you play?
What's that? 3 of hearts? Can't tell, is that a king? Can't tell, I really can't. I think it's, no, it's a jack, it's a jack. The 7 of clubs. What? It's a... Is it number based? 3 of hearts, clubs, face, so I need a diamond, right? I only have... Okay, I have 2 diamonds. I have the queen of diamonds. Oh, I have 3 diamonds. 5, 4, 3, 7. They're odd numbers, but it's one of the diamonds, right? Wait. There's a face card, but I don't think it's that. What is this? You want the 4 of diamonds? I'll give you the 4 of diamonds. I should have said it before we did this. I was right! I don't remember what number Jack is. Okay, go to my next one.
What card do you play?
2 of hearts, 7 of clubs, queen of hearts? Yeah, that's the queen of hearts. You want a clubs, I think. I have 3 clubs? 4 clubs. I have 4 clubs. 5 clubs. I have 5 clubs. That's a lot of clubs. Is there a way to be wrong? Yes, there is a way to be wrong. I think if you get it wrong, you have to start over, and the card gets spit back out at you. I'm just so good. Well, jokes aside. Let's see. 2 of hearts, 7 of clubs, queen of hearts. Something clubs, something close. Do you want another 4? No. Actually, maybe. Uh, uh.
You won.
Oh! Okay. If you ever find yourself in doubt, 4 is always a good number. What did you give me? Text about Noah! Afraid of the powerful wave, second came from the valley, was afraid of the river with fast streams, third came from the hills, hiding from the downpour, the last one that Noah woke came from the mountains. But it heard the wrath of the gods roaring? Okay. Oh, there's a oh, wait, there's a deer here. I think. That looks like a deer. Can I do anything with you? Oh no, there's animals hidden. Oh, I have to look now. Is there something? I can't tell what this is. This looks like, kind of looks like a bear. I'm not sure on that. Um... Afraid of the powerful waves. What am I supposed to be seeing? And there's like this black spot, but I don't know if that's it. All these pokey bits. This smallest kind of looks like a crab. Can we call it a crab and call it a day? Okay, let's look at the other ones maybe. What was this supposed to be? Oh, there's kind of like a bird here. Kind of, unlike the waterfalls coming out of its beak. Question mark? Kind of, like this shape. It's kind of an ugly looking bird, but... This little hill. See? Okay, back to this one. Where is this thing? Is it something I can click? Is it not? Damn. Do you see do you see anything? Well, it came. Wait, hold on. Came from the shore. It was afraid of the powerful waves. Where is this thing? Am I blind? Oh man, do I have to look this up? What are the other two? A deer, a bear-looking thing, and an eagle, I think. Well, it just looked like a bird, honestly, but I thought it looked like an eagle. I don't know what this thing is. It came from the ocean, or well, came onto the shore. All right, let's do a quick Google. Ta-da, ta-da. Apparently it's a crab. Whatever's in here. Somewhere here? Am I supposed to click it? Am I not supposed to click it? I couldn't do anything with deer. So. It's a crab. It's a crab that's like on the rocks, like here, this area. Unless we're not supposed to click anything? Do we go back around the house again? Well, let's just back out for now. Apparently it's a crab. So crab, deer, bear maybe, eagle maybe. Bird, rather. It might just be for a puzzle, yeah. But the only other puzzle we had was in the bed. Sherlock, you could run? Is it because no one's home? Oh my goodness, Sherlock. You do have some sprinting power to you.
The animals must enter Noah's Ark in the proper order.
Oh! Oh? No, wait. Okay, so... Look at the thing again. So, we had a shore, so I assume this is a crab. For the valleys, for river fast streams. Okay, so this is the eagle. It's deer and bear. I think this is the bear, I think this is the deer. Okay, so first was the crab. Okay. Oh. There went the crab. Here's deer. Bear. Bird. Wait, no, wait. Reset that. Alright. Excuse my language. I think you had to put the eagle after we put all the other animals in. I had to reset it. Wow, you kicked them all out. Yeah, I think the eagle's last.
It is elementary. Someone tried to force this safe.
I should have just looked at paintings for a while.
Holmes, Murray has just found a key in the garden.
Watson? Hello, Watson? Did you communicate to me through telepathy? Or I guess the window? I have to look at the papers. I didn't even look at them. We just left. Letter from Brown. Ah! Alright, bring my face on the screen. I'm now behind my microphone. As I told you during my last visit, the difficulties between Grimble and my nephew have taken a critical turn. It seems that this ungrateful young man has gained the upper hand and he doesn't complain anymore. And if he doesn't complain anymore, the foreman and some of the workers are doing it for him. I beg your help. I don't think that young Wyatt is a ne'er-do-well, but his acquaintances here in London have a negative effect on him. Would you kindly tutor him in his studies far from the city? I think that in your company he would find real value and return to the right path. I am eternally in debt to his poor mother and cannot stop thinking about his future well-being, despite his ingratitude. Your friend. Is this our serpent? This nephew? Also, he has a nephew. The court returned a verdict of guilty for Mr. Miller and Mr. Kirby. Mr. Kirby? That's a new name. As accessories in the accidental death of Lewis something during a brawl at a place named the Inn of the Golden Apple in Doxham on the night of the 20th, the early hours of the 21st of February in 1892. Mr. Kirby and Miller have been sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. The court returned a verdict of guilty for Mr. Kirby for charges of robbery. Said robbery took place at the Inn of the Golden Apple during the night of the 20th, and Mr. Miller, Simpson, Kirby, and Collins are each sentenced to pay a fine in the amount of £125 to Mr. Grano? I can't read that. Letter from Caracas? Ugh. I personally welcome the nephew of your friend. This Wyatt Collins doesn't seem to be a bad fellow at first glance, but I think he needs a firm hand. He was hired as a supervisor for the copper mines near the border. I believe that the hard-working way of life that we lead will have a healthy effect on him. From the chief foreman. Oh god. British Embassy! Bright Wallens was arrested by Brazilian authorities in the region of somewhere. It is our embassy's policy that for the proper interested parties in England, when a British citizen stands accused of a crime and lacks adequate means to secure a proper local barrister for his defense, that the individual question may be subject to terms of imprisonment. If you desire to meet his needs, you must make arrangements to the Brazilian embassy in London. Wow, nephew did something in Brazil. Another one. Oh, this is about 3 years later. Wyatt was discharged as you were earlier informed. Mr. Collins has been Wyatt Collins. Mr. Collins has been enjoying a half-free order for his past 10 months due to his good behavior and the influence of the prison warden at wherever, the Brazilian place, who is a former soldier of Her Majesty's army. Under the form conditions of his sentence, Mr. Collins was required to remain within the territory. Hereinafter, he is free to leave the country. So he stayed in it for 3 years. Ah! I need water. Ugh. Let's see. Gotta really press my. This is really tiny. According to the wishes of Sir Bromsby, this will is to be written in favor of Grimble unless he, regardless of his majority, he will be paid a substantial pension during this period. In the event that Miss Lavinia could marry before the death of Mr. Grimble, that she and her husband would exercise control over the Bromsby assets, to the prejudice of Grimble. Regardless, Grimble would retain his right to oversee the daily operations of Bramsby Enterprises, and once any portion of dividends, according to his personal involvement in the aforesaid business. Find out the information in legal text about the majority and probable success of the heirs to contest such a document. Okay, so basically, the business goes to Grimble should Mr. Man die. But if his daughter gets married, then her and her husband will inherit it. Is basically the gist of that note. Oh, damn it. This is from Bromsby to Fowlet. I will not be able to pay you a visit next week as we had arranged. A terrible revelation had added to my usual worries. I shared with you earlier the boast of my nephew when he was employed at a cement factory and the accusations he has raised against Grimble. The recent visit of Her Majesty's tax official has done little to lessen these suspicions. The lack of time and perhaps courage does not permit me to reveal Herman's machinations, but I will reveal the complete truth as soon as possible. How could I ever imagine ever being betrayed in such a way? Ooh. Okay, so... Well, something's clearly going on. Ah. I can sit back in my chair. Okie dokie. Let's leave the house and go see Watson. As he called for me telepathically.
Holmes, Murray has just found a key in the garden.
It should be done quickly.
Thank you. Now I'm going back in. There was a door we couldn't open before, so let's head in.
Close.
Damn it! You tell me to have to do this every time! Okay, okay. Go in here. Give me in.
Watson, over here.
My God, this man is dead, Holmes.
Brilliant deduction.
Oh,
I
you can
thought
see his
perhaps he was
feet.
tired and decided to rest under a pile of potatoes, which in turn fractured his skull. Watson, you see everything but fail to observe. I do not have time for trifles.
Oh, really, Holmes? You go too far.
Watson, tell Constable Fletcher to contact Lestrade with all haste. Now, I'd like to look around the house.
All right, Holmes.
Cool. There's a dead man under a pile of potatoes. You can kind of see his feet here. Here's one foot. Here's other foot, in case you couldn't see that.
I need something.
Well, his feet are out. Let's measure how long they are.
Size 6.
Size 6. I'm assuming this is our man. Why did I forget immediately what his name was? Fowlet. I think this is Fowlet. There we go. I remember his name. Some papers.
I recognize this handwriting.
Do you?
This handwriting is identical to the writing on Monsieur de la Mazardiere's visiting card.
Wow, that just slid off the tongue, didn't it? No, this is... Oh, hold on, look at what we got. Antique Stealer! Ooh. Our Frenchman's an antique stealer? Well. We straight out. I guess we're doing something out here. Anywhere you want to go, Sherlock? Oh, wait, I think we can go around the house. Right, that's right. The guy opened the screwdriver. Why he died on a sack of potatoes? I think they carried his body there and then dumped the potatoes over him to cover up the smell, maybe? I don't know. It's to hide the, like, a shoddy job of hiding the body real quick.
I need something.
A footprint? And the guy who came out of the window?
Footsteps. Size 10.
Size 10? I mean, if you think about it, outside the guy was working. So they couldn't take the body outside. And then I guess there's also, but then there's the question, why didn't he just take the body with him out the window? I guess it was too much. Did it say that, Holmes did say the guy was obese. So I guess it was just too much of a carry. It's probably just better to drag him out of the room or something. Or maybe they fought there. That is an observation. They could have just fought there. Oh.
The station master assured me he clearly saw Mr. Fowlett board the last train to London. But as Constable Fletcher can attest, the body in the cellar is without question that of Horace Fowlett.
Do you have the station master's statements there in your notes, Watson?
Of course. And be sure that...
It is neither the right place nor the right time to talk about this. We must hurry. I fear if we do not act promptly and with all haste, this second dead body will not be the last. Let us return to Baker Street. It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings. The questions should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Oh man, time for another quiz. Hold on, I looked at the Discord and there's a lot of people in the general just posting a bunch of images and gifs, so I have to tell them to go to the meme section. I'm the only, I think I'm on, yeah, I'm the only moderator on duty right now. Okay, now we get to the quiz. I mean, they're still going, but now I'm gonna get to the quiz. Oh boy, the server is gonna get busy again, maybe? But we don't have a rules page, which means we might actually have to... Because there have been, like, not incidents, but, like, times where the mods had to come and tell people things. And most people were already around during that time. A majority of the people we already have. But now we have like an influx of new people, which means we have to re-remind them of things. Oh boy. We were working on a rules page, but it kind of just gets made as we do things, as the Discord server goes. So we don't have a lot on it right now. So, why am I getting added? Oh no, someone tried to friend me. What the heck? Who the heck is this person? Looks like the new folks in the general chat are a little rambunctious. We'll have to keep an eye on them in the coming days. Okay, did Horace Fowlet, his name was Horace? Horace Fowlet receive a caller the evening he was supposed to leave? Yes. I'm not sure if we call it a caller, but this is a dialogue one. I wish to get rid of all the old ones. Ah! This is Sherrington Hall, so we want... Oh, this one. Yeah. Yeah, nothing else. Yep. Rambunctious freshman. Yeah, I kinda like that. Seeing the young ones tussle around again. One of them seems particularly fond of GIFs. Oh boy, that'll slow down things in the server. All the guests in the ballroom at the time of the shooting? Yes, I think so. Because only the servants were out and about, and then she was, in the powder room, or whatever. This is evidence, so probably from Strahd, right? Sure. Have a good relationship. No. Boy oh boy. Yeah, rather strained relations. Problems between... Yeah, he gets letters. This one, I believe. Anything missing from the Horace Fowlet house? Yeah, the pillow's not there. Wait. Enter through the window? Here's the screwdriver bit. There it is. Oh.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions. We shall examine the evidence acquired yesterday. A wood trinket, substance from Fowlet's washstand, and the gloves I found at Sherringford Hall.
Did someone just drop what they're working on? In the Discord? It's 2 AM? I mean, we are at a good stopping point. Let me... I think... Well, I'm not sure you should be posting your... We have your works section. Hold on. No, I'm on the Discord right now. Because we're getting the new group of people are kind of rambunctious. They're really going at a mile a minute, and doesn't seem like they really want to listen to me. Oof, these are kind of a big group. I'm the only mod on duty, so I have to deal with everything by myself. Ah! Anyone here in attendance on the stream and is also in the Discord, it'd be nice if you could help me out in keeping the peace. And you know, if they start talking about a topic, it'd be nice if you could like help redirect them to the appropriate channel. Because I did make all these channels for you guys, and I would like it if you used them properly. Just those of you who like, if you're on and you see it, I'm not asking you to be on here constantly to help me, just pop in every now and then if you can. If you're online and you see something and you know they should be somewhere else. This is like getting a bunch of new kids on the block. Maybe make an introduction server? Yeah, I was thinking about that, but it's just like, I hadn't had the time to make one. I'm just having Sherlock pace back and forth as I try and figure out the situation on Discord. Don't tell me your pronouns! Go mark them on the rolls! Ah! Wake me up inside. Whew. Well, hopefully they're not that active. Hopefully it's just like a excitement over a new server. Hopefully it kind of dies down over the next couple days. Hopefully. You know what they say, if you just don't engage them, they get bored and leave on their own. Oh man. Both of the mods, Sophie and Chad, are out right now. Chad is sick. Sophie is also sick. Also burnt their hand making pizza. So they're one-handed, they're sick, and they're taking some time off in general, as requested to me. Not that you need to request that of me, I guess, but like, they did it for me. So it's just like, I guess I'm the only mod on duty. So that's why I'm requesting your guys' aid. I've also been really busy this month, this entire month actually. A lot of personal stuff has been happening. I did discuss it in the Discord in the real talk, the IRL talk area. That if you aren't aware, my father went to the hospital recently. He did come back from the hospital, but he's still in recovery. He's better though. He's working back in the garden again, so well, we don't yeah, but like if you're open to the idea. There's a whole trial period for the horsemen, but which is the moderators on the Discord, but you can still help as a member of the general stable as a common horse. Because we're not dealing with roles right now, which is what I usually get the moderators to do. Right now, I just kind of need people to come into this chat and, you know, like direct them to the appropriate chats if needed. And like try to make sure the topic doesn't go like too far off the deep end. Because sometimes we get like really big topics that kind of need to be moved. They're like IRL talk. Right now it looks like they're having discourse over like a character. And while that's fine, it's just like I think they're a little active, more active than we're used to. I think it's just because it's mostly just a small group of them that are bickering back and forth. They're like bouncing off of each other like pinballs. So I'm assuming if we get like more people into the chat discussing something else, it'll probably die down on its own because they can't just keep focusing on each other if we discuss something else. Yeah, they're just kind of like ricocheting off of each other like mirrors. They're like two mirrors facing each other. But thank you for everyone who's willing to help and who has been helping. It is a big help given that, you know, 2 mods are down right now. Of course, you are welcome to keep helping even after my 2 mods return. Is this what you feel like? Take whatever stress you're feeling and like responsibility and duty and multiply that by about 100,000 and then you gotta get general guess to what I'm feeling. Because as the creator of the server and, you know, the one who runs all the blogs, I do have a responsibility of looking after all of you in the Discord. Especially because a lot of people here are underage. I do instruct the other mods too on what to do and give them like specific instructions and like vague encouragement. Like, if this situation happens, handle it like this, and if like this happens, do it like this. If you don't know what to do, you can at me, and then I'll tell you what to do, and then like you just have to be willing to help me out and listen. So, I know I don't look like I do a lot. But, like, the reason why I can't just make people moderators and make them horsemen is because we do have a training period for it, and... We do have a training period for it. The other horsemen do kind of, like, look after you and try to teach you things, but, it's primarily me instructing you, and... I only pick horsemen after observing you after a long enough time, because I read everything that goes on the chat. So I have kind of like mental notes on everyone's personalities and speaking patterns and how you react to certain situations. And based on that, I usually pick a moderator. Or like, you know, I can determine whether or not you're suited for being a moderator. Or you're more suited for just being a common person. Common horse. I know I don't look like it. It doesn't seem like it either. But I do try. You are my responsibility. Who the heck is Yuta? So yeah, thanks for inflating my ego, guys, and giving me compliments. But yeah, we have influx of new people from the yokai blog. I posted it pretty late, so we'll probably get more people in the coming days if they see the post. So be on guard if you're online. If you're online, please help out, because I'm not online all the time. I just come in and check in every now and then. Even if you don't see me online, I check in every usually. Oh man. I think we have a lot of people who are new to Discord servers too, so you'll have to tell them about the roles not being made by bots, but they're done manually, and then you have to tell them about where all the categories work and how the channels work. If you're online and you know how to explain it, please do. As older senior horses, please guide the younger foals. You are experienced horses. We've just been kind of standing on the same screen as Sherlock for a while. I guess we should just like, hold on, I'm gonna save again. I sound like a crack, damn. Hold on. Okay. Ma, do you need a bot? We do have 2 bots that are in the works. However, it was the horsemen, the moderators, to test them. Unfortunately, things have been busy for all of us, so we haven't been able to test them fully, so I can't implement any yet. It's not a matter of we need bots, it's a matter of we're still in the testing phase to make sure they work right and that we know how to manage them. There's no Ramshackle dorm because Ramshackle does not have a personality. All these dorms were decided on based on your personality, not your preference. It's not a matter of preference. It's just a matter of personality. If possible, I would have liked everyone in a dorm, but some people were really unwilling. Like, it's like, I don't like labels kind of people. So, for those who don't have a dorm, they call themselves Ramshackle, but there is no official Ramshackle dorm. And I'm not even sure where we got in the copy paste for the people greeting people who come in for like please go to roles. I don't know when we added the if you don't want to join the dorm you don't have to part. I don't remember saying that. It's like for people who picked Ramshackle, it's kind of like a feeling of a dorm for people who consider themselves special snowflakes kind of feeling. And I was like, oh, this is going to be difficult. I did warn you guys that if we kept having issues with roles, that I would just get rid of it completely. Yeah, I was gonna get rid of things. If we keep having issues, I was gonna get rid of it completely, and then why would it cause drama? Because people don't like being labeled, and I remember we had someone who said like, I don't believe in the personalities or something. It was like, what? Because it's just for fun. It's just to see the kind of personalities we have in the server. Will Mod try to play Undertale? No, I do not own Undertale, and I don't have any money to buy Undertale. So I can't play games I don't own. The rules are all just for fun, but there are some people who take it personally, and there are some people who don't understand that we're doing it based on personality and not preference. Because if it was preference, I'd be in Insomnia, but since it's about personality, I'm in Scarabia. And some people did not take kindly to that, because they just, you know, they would pick the dorm they wanted to be in, instead of the dorm, like, that suited their personality type. Because again, this was to see what kind of personalities we had in the server, because you can see we have, like, only, like, 1 or 2 Savannah Claws, but, like, 30 Octo Kids. So it was like, that was interesting. Also because like most of the moderators, all 3 of the moderators right now all come from Scarabia, so we thought that was interesting too. Again, it was based on personality and not preference, but so when we tried to tell people to do it based on personality, they didn't take very kindly to that. Scarabia is filled mostly with horsemen, with moderators. I'm a Scarabia. The 2 other mods are Scarabia. I think they're mistaking I'm looking at the Discord, I think they're mistaking, I forgot what that test is, the type test, the one you had the 4 letters in. I think they're mistaking that test and the official randomized one for Twisted. Oh gosh. Welcome to... You're basically sitting with Mod as Mod tries to moderate. This is what usually happens. I kind of sit here and then I usually talk with the mods as we watch things go down and we kind of discuss things as they happen. It's like, should we take action? Or it's like, oh, this is kind of strange or this is kind of concerning. Right now you're basically sitting in that chat with me, just me. It's only me. My mods are off. For anyone watching the archive, this is probably pretty wild because no one can see what's happening in the Discord. But yeah. Yeah, so I sit here and I worry all day. Because I'm like, you know, as a quote-unquote authority figure in the Discord server, I have a obligation and a duty to maintain order. But you know, it gets kind of tense when a moderator kind of sticks their hand in. I'm usually hoping that the common horses can resolve it amongst themselves. So I won't have to step in. That's usually what the other moderators are for. Sophie and Chad, as I mentioned before. It's like... Because like technically, in terms of power, I am one step above the two of them. And because they're like one step lower than me, it's usually them who step in for me. So it's not like I'm exerting my influence on you constantly kind of idea. And then I'm like running a one-man show of tyranny. And that's why you should have moderators when you run a server. Oh man. A lot of things to consider and think about. I am also just like a chronic overthinker, but it does come in handy. I have written a lot of instructions for my horsemen. Unfortunately, the two of them are gone right now, so it's just me. Just me and all your common horses. Again, I'll probably be busy till next month. I don't mind being asked questions. And because like it does start topics so you guys do get answers and it kind of feeds your thoughts. So I do like getting questions from you guys. And as you can see, many people don't really ask me things. You can probably see the same people asking me things. I mean, if you have an idea, just send it in like you would send an ask on my Tumblr, because I'll come in and answer it. Like, I just answered all of it in one go today. I would like to have answered them when they were sent in, but I was busy. I was busy. Yeah, just send questions about whatever you're curious about. If it's about my works, I can answer. If it's about, like, I don't know, why do bananas exist? I can't answer that for you. You'll have to look that up. Or you can discuss that in general, I guess. But yeah, it's about a question about my works, I can answer pretty much anything. You can also ask me about my OCs that don't belong to Twist. Because those also exist. Oh yeah, here's another thing about the Discord. The thing about the 4-letter personality test thing is like, it's like a horoscope thing. I'm like, oh my god, I'm terrible with Virgos. I have like awful experiences with them, like that kind of thing. Oh man. Like that kind of, because we put a label you associate with this kind of person, and then you associate any bad experiences you had from that person to the label, and thus you attach those experiences to everyone under that label. And that's like, ow! Ah! Ouch! Oof. It's unfortunately a very common thing, especially with the youngsters. So that's another. I think that was another issue we were having with the role, the sighting. Shakes head. Shakes head. If Yokai Savannah Claw met Twist Savannah Claw, we think will happen though. I did write a little thing on how they would react in general, all the first year, third years, second years kind of thing. So that's basically how it would go. Got any MILFs? DILFs? I mean, I do have dads and moms, but I don't know if I would consider them MILFs and DILFs, because I don't know what you would define as that. Oh man, now they're discussing weeaboos. Considering that basically all of us in the server are into anime, that's kind of a topic. OCs with children? Then yeah, I have a bunch of them. Oh yeah, I did reveal the quartet's parents. Yuto and Yuma's moms, I revealed that, and then Liam's whole group of parents. Is he a magical lady? Yeah, because that's I needed their stable living conditions so I could focus on the magical girl bit. It was the one time you missed your post people time? Now you can never rest. How do you sleep at night knowing I might be posting? Mine's with the high score in math that I've got? I don't know, because like, if we were talking about when I was a wee bab, I'm sure I've gotten 100 on 1+1 kind of problems. If we're talking about like near the end of my education, then like, no. No, I didn't do that great. What's going on in the server again? In my last years of education, I had a teacher who never returned our papers and would move on to the lesson in the same day. So I never learned anything, and I cried every day in math class. Oh, it was so terrible. Thanks for coming to the stream. Good night. Yeah, I never got my paper. So the lesson plan of a day would always be like, we learned the thing, we're given a worksheet on the thing, we turn in the thing, and then we move on to the next lesson, assuming we learned the thing. And then that would be the lesson plan for a single day. Yeah, so I didn't do too hot, so instead of doing math, I would sit there and draw instead. I cried in class while doing the worksheet. I've cried in class. Well, I cried every day in that class, that math class, but I've cried in other classes before too, but for some reason no one ever said anything. Ever? I guess they're not supposed to? Or you just kinda just don't. Because I cried in my English class once. Not that I was actually sad, but I had something in my eye. So my eye was trying to get it out, you know, so it was just like tears streaming down my face. And I was like in the front row seat at all of my classes, and like I was staring straight at the teacher and she was looking straight back at me, and she didn't say anything about like me crying. I also cried in my physics class. I had suffered a really bad burn in art class prior, and the pain had only hit me in my physics class, which is my next class. And I was in the back though, but I was like crying and like trying to nurse my burn. I also cried back when I was in choir. But the thing about choir, which was weird, it was like all of us were, it was a kind of a cheap classroom, so we were on what are they called? The kind of stair stage thing. It's portable, but it's the kind of stair stage thing you stand on, like you all stand on and you sing on, you perform on it. It was that thing. We had it stored in our classroom, so that's where we just sat. So it's really cramped. We're like shoulder to shoulder, and like you'd hit knees with the other kid next to you. It's really cramped, and I was having a not good day, so I was like really crying, and like not a single word from anyone. And I was like in the middle of it too. Like there's a person behind me, a person in front of me, two people beside me. Like, I don't know, man. After crying in the middle of a big crowd, I realized something. It was like a realization about the world. A sad one. I've cried a bunch in school before. Thank you. That would mean something, because like I was hoping at least someone would react. Like, I don't know what kind of reaction, but I wanted something. I wanted like some sort of reaction, but I guess everyone had the same mindset of like, just don't ask. Just let it, just don't even look at them. Or if you do look at them, don't even like engage. I was only ever asked if I was okay once, and that was because I was like, I was injured at the time in a choir, and it was like an older student. And that was the only time I've ever been like asked if I was alright after, you know, suffering a little. I mean, like, I get it. I kind of get why they didn't engage with me, because like I'm sure everyone had their own issues and their own thoughts, and they didn't know how to engage me, and I wasn't particularly friends with anyone. But it wasn't like I was enemies with them either. So it was just like, oh, some kid's crying, okay. I guess they had the same kind of distance, like emotional distance from me, as like you're like in a car and you see a kid crying on the street, like on the side of the street, and you're like, oh, some kid's crying, and you keep driving. I think that's probably the emotional distance they had with me. Had mental breakdown, they had a bad day. Oh, there were kids like that. I was a really quiet kid. I was a quiet kid who kept to themselves. I always drew. I was always drawing. I never got angry. I only got sad. But generally I was like open to conversation, and I didn't like get angry at anyone, and I didn't bad talk anyone. I was just like a really neutral character. Oh. I didn't have any friends in school. Which was strange because I was so open to people. Like, if you talk to me, I talk back, and I was willing to discuss literally any subject you want to talk about. Like, I could have like a serious, like, in-depth discussion with you about anything, even if I didn't know about the subject or I didn't particularly care about it. I could still talk to you about it. And what was it? What else was I gonna say? Yeah, like, and I didn't have any boundaries about touch either. I wasn't bothered if like we bumped shoulders or like you needed a hug or something, I guess. Or you felt like giving a hug, I guess. I wasn't real like that, but yeah, I had no friends. And then like I remember kids who, like, when I moved up schools, like from middle school to high school, I remember kids from my middle school that I knew in middle school saw me in high school, and on the first day they were willing to talk to me, like, oh man, haven't seen you in a while kind of talk. And like that was the only time they were willing to talk with me. I talked to them and they were like, yeah, I thought you were going to kill me in middle school. And I was like, what? Why? And apparently, like, they would call to me in the hallway, and I heard that. I was really stunned because, like, one, the hallways in my middle school were jammed packed, and not only did I have, like, headphones in, and I was always listening to music, I was also always in a rush to get to my next class. So I always like to get there early. So of course I would never respond to someone if they greeted me in the hallway because it's super loud in the hallway and I'm in a rush, my music's plugged in, and I'm looking for the fastest route to my next class instead of people to talk to because there's not a lot of time to move classes. But apparently me ignoring them in the hallway made them feel like I was going to murder them. I always wanted to be early to class because I wanted time to draw. Oh, kids with special needs. You guys have a hallway full of lockers? Yeah, my school had lockers, except... Yeah. Oh man, lockers. I always had struggled with those. How do you get from someone not talking to you to murder? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm sure there's more to it, but that's the reason they gave to me when I asked them why. Also, I guess it's also because I looked scary. The reason why I looked scary was because I was always sleepy. I was kind of like trying to force my eyes open. But of course, that resulted in my eyes being half-lidded. I perked up if you talked to me, but like for the most part, I just looked tired. I liked people. I love people, and I love talking to people. That's why I'm here streaming. But people just didn't like talking to me. That's why I'm here streaming. Because according to Sophie, my moderator, it doesn't feel like I've changed at all. So I'm assuming I've like this personality I have right now is the exact same personality I had since like a decade ago. The only difference is that I know more words. But like, my personality hasn't changed at all. I think I watched it before you streamed. Yeah, I did have videos on my old YouTube account. The one that's not the archive. If you look at the videos there, you could probably tell where I was before. Yeah, that was old. Oh man, that was old. I just wanted to make a video, and at the time, those kind of videos were really popular. So I was like, okay, I'll just make one of those. So yeah, I made that for fun. Have you seen the twist updates? I mean, I'm not sure what exactly you're talking about, but usually Shy Kid. I only kept them myself because I just like drawing. I liked drawing. I liked drawing more than anything, so I was always drawing. I was always hunched over and I was like doodling at the speed of light. And I had no one to talk to, so I spent more and more time drawing. As a plus, as no one tried to engage me in conversation, I had a lot of time to daydream and, you know, flesh out my worlds and my characters. I made a lot of characters in my school years, and I did a lot of comics in my school years. What's going on in Twist update? I don't know. I'm kind of like shifting off from the Japanese, so I'll probably come back when chapters are done. I used to be in the Japanese server, but then my old phone died. Mandarin? I only know Japanese. Take a drink of water. It's okay. I have regained all of my Malleus cards, and I'm ready for the events. I even got his lab coat, which I didn't have in my old account. I did not pull, no. I just saw like the shop had special keys, and I was like, oh man! And I immediately went for Malleus. So I got his lab from the shop. And then I got another robe card for him. I will not miss out on a chance to get Malleus cards. It's the only reason why I participate in events. Give me gems so I can buy Malleus. And then I don't buy the event cards, I just buy the keys so I can buy Malleus. Am I a simp on a shrimp? I'm not on a shrimp, but I probably would be considered a simp, yes. Oh man, now they're discussing furries in the Discord. Oh no. What a topic. What a topic. This is the weeaboo thing all over again. How tall am I, mod? 5'3", 5'4", somewhere around there, the last time I checked. Not that tall, pretty average. Oh man, now we're gonna discuss. I'm looking at the Discord. I think they're about getting ready to discuss the definition of furry. I don't know if, like, I want to try to help explain. But I don't really know if I want to stick my hand in there. I mean, I don't. It's like I always feel like if I wanted to like step in if I feel like there's misinformation. You know, like trying to help explain things. I typically want to step in during those kind of times, but you know, this is kind of a topic. There are just some topics that are like, they're not terrible, they're not taboo, but they're just like, they're difficult to explain, especially to people who don't really want to understand. Or like, don't really want to think about it, they just want like a really simple answer. It's like, most, like, you know, like, it's kind of like, I don't, it's a weird analogy, but it's like gender, where it's like, it's really interpretive and it's difficult to explain to people. That's one of the key traits you need as a moderator. Good wording. So people don't get offended. Yeah, it's like they want a really simple answer for things that are very interpretive and are different for everyone. Chad and Sophie. We've actually I think I've actually I think I've scolded Sophie once or twice about something, but I can't remember anymore. Chad like kind of sweeps things under the rug with sparkles, which is good. Sophie is more direct, but Sophie listens well, so Sophie can deliver usually what I want to say very well. I'm looking at the Discord server again. I wonder why these kids like to bicker so much. Then again, like, a lot of fandom people tend to like be like that in servers. The kind of like weird bickering. Maybe didn't have a place to before. True, some people did come on here before. They talked a lot, and then once they found like a group of friends, they kind of departed from the server, and you don't see them anymore. So like, yeah, a lot of people come to big general servers to find friends, and then once they find their friends, they kind of pull out the server. It's a very standard practice. It does make the server a little quieter, so it does get a little sad though. your MMA because you don't talk to people? Well, alternatively, you don't have to talk to anyone. You can just come in, say your piece, and get out. I typically tend to do that. I come in, I'll answer questions, and I'm out of there. Because typically I need to do other things. So, you know, just send me questions and then you can abscond. That's right, you can see him on Saturdays. Next stream will probably do drawings so you guys can get a break from Sherlock, as if the week didn't save you from Sherlock already. Oh yeah, let's do a drawing stream next time. I say, turning my eyes away from the Discord server. Sherlock kills you? Yeah, Sherlock's kind of dense. Especially in the earlier games. The newer games are easier to digest, and they're a lot easier to logic through. The older ones are really, well, you saw how they were. But you know, I think we should be like a third of the way done. Roleplay? Oh my god, roleplay. I guess we should we discuss what should we do if people suddenly start doing roleplay in the chat? Not a thing I thought I'd have to talk about, but you know. Yeah, I used to roleplay when I was younger, but for me, roleplay was like writing. It was like, you know, you getting the character and like thinking from their perspective and like thinking, but like I only did it by that term, I only did roleplay by myself. Like I was just like kind of put myself into the character and then you have to try and like navigate the world through their eyes, and like the world expands if you think about their daily life and how they maneuver and how they think. Because like you have to think about the history of the world and like the locations, the mechanics, everything. Yeah, it's like POV, except you just do it alone. That's what writing was like for me. I haven't roleplayed in years. I kind of miss it. Because it was kind of fun to like write back and forth with someone. Like, not script. I was never someone who did script. I was always someone who did paragraph. Wow, roleplay terms. For those not aware, script is like when you do the asterisk action asterisk, like the asterisk runs asterisk. That's script. Paragraph is like, it just looks like regular writing. So those are your roleplay terms. I love doing paragraph. Paragraph's my stuff, man. I also miss roleplay, but like, I don't wanna... Because making a roleplay channel in the server would be kind of complicated. Because like, how would you organize roleplays? Alternatively, you can make threads, but you know, people might want to continue the roleplay after, you know, 24 hours have passed, and by 24 hours, the thread gets archived. And I guess to get unarchived, you might need to get a mod to intervene. But like, yeah, also, there's also the idea of, the issue of claiming characters. And it's not, because like, if we did make it the channel, I'm sure it's like, no one is like set as this character forever, but like, a lot of issues roleplay servers have is character claiming. For those who don't know, character claiming is if you're in like a roleplay group, you pick a character and you have the claim on this character, so no one else can be that character but you. That's what character claiming is. It's a very typical thing in a roleplay group. So it's like, let's say I picked Ace. I claimed Ace, so I'm the only person who can do Ace ever in this server. And while, yeah, it's a very standard thing in servers though, because it'd be an issue if someone like say I'm Ace and I'm role-playing with the Deuce, and we're like, okay, let's go, I don't know, let's hang out kind of thing. Let's roleplay them hanging out, and then I leave. Like, you know, like I go to sleep or something, and then some other person comes in and becomes Ace, and then they start talking with that Deuce as Ace, and then they try to veer the set scenario me and that Deuce had already made together because they've taken over as Ace. And then like another issue with character claiming is that a person can just claim a character and they're satisfied with just having that character. Like I claimed Ace, I'm satisfied, and then I never come online to roleplay because I just wanted Ace and I didn't like the idea of someone else having him, kind of thing. That was also an issue roleplay groups had. That someone claimed a character but never came online, or came online like the bare minimum amount that they couldn't like revoke that character from them, but also not enough that they could do anything with that character. So that was always the issue with roleplay groups. Yeah, so as much as I miss roleplay, we can't do it because we already have issues with roles and people not liking their labels, or like wanting to be in a specific dorm because they want a specific label. So I can't imagine what we'd do if we let people like feel like they have a claim on characters. Even if we tried to separate the roleplay sessions, it'd be really complicated, so we can't manage it. Which is a shame, because I really want to do roleplay again. We can't manage it at all, but it really would be fun. It would be fun to do that again. So, on the topic of roleplay, it's a no on the server. For now, it's a no on the server. We have no way of managing it. So, for now, it's a no on the server. Writing collabs, that's something you'll have to discuss amongst yourselves. Because the only thing I can write are my own works, and because it's a server about my own works, everything I write is pretty much, you know, canon. And like, you know, I have my ideas on how I want both parties to play. Like, I'll write person A and I want person B to react this way so person A can react this way and the story can keep going like that. It's been a really long time since I roleplayed just like improv. I miss it. It's so long. It's so long. Is it roleplay of yourself? If you've added features to yourself, it would probably, and like you stuck yourself in a fictional world, then it would be considered like self-insert. But otherwise, yeah, it's self-insert. You self-insert yourself in games? Yeah, a lot of people do that. That's usually the point of most dating sims. But yeah, a lot of people like to insert themselves. What I do is that I don't insert myself, I insert, if anyone's, you know, the OG quartet. I usually insert the OG quartet and try to like maneuver them around in ways that would still fit their general order, like general guidelines I have for them while fitting in with the world. So that's why they keep gaining more traits as the years go on. Like how Julian could be he could be a pianist, he could be a doctor, he could be a magician, he can, you know, I keep like changing his job because I keep changing what he does in the world. Not creative enough to be committed enough to be to an OC? Yeah, there's some people like that. I'm just too committed to my kids, I guess. Will Maud try to play some games that kill brain cells like Sherlock again? I have! Oh boy, you'll be delighted to know that I own the whole bundle for Sherlock from that company. And I've already played through all of them, so we can just zoom through all of it. Because boy, you haven't seen anything until you've seen the Cthulhu one. Sherlock again? Well, I don't own anything else but Sherlock on my Steam that does that. The Cthulhu one's pretty fun. There's a lot of visuals. Everything that kind of goes by, you're like, wow, that happened. There's also Jack the Ripper and Lupin. And then that one where Watson and Sherlock have to be enemies for a case, and then they make up at the end. While Watson learns how to disarm bombs. Do the Sherlock games look better than wannabe Sims? They get better as the years go by. Remember, the game we were playing before was made in 2004. It's a very old game. The games get newer looking as we go up. But for a while they look like this, yeah. Come on, them looking like, you know, wannabe Sims is part of the charm of old games. I mean, you guys don't have to worry too much because I'm the one playing it, so it's my brain cells at stake here, and I've already beaten all these games, so that's what I've been relying on. If you thought I was going really fast and I went places like I knew things, it's because I've already played through these games and I kind of vaguely remember things. That was the case for Ib too. I vaguely remember things. Sherlock's fun. You're not always going to understand until Sherlock info dumps you, but yeah. I mean, yeah, the Sherlock game does a lot for my brain. Because you have to kind of connect Sherlock's info dumping and like fast interpretation. Then again, this is what I was good at in ELA, so. But you can always be guaranteed that Sherlock will suddenly just info dump you. Oh my god, I don't remember it was this case or another one, but there's a game in this series where Sherlock just dumps the entire case synopsis on you at the very end, and everyone just kind of looks at him in stunned silence. Yeah, he just like completely dumps everything all at once. Everyone's just like, what? And then like, you know, he finishes and they're like, and then the game ends. And like Watson's like, wow, that was a great case. I think I'll call it this. And then, you know, credits. I was just like, great, thanks Sherlock. And then all that walking and puzzle solving. This is how we round it out. Will Mod make a reaction Twitch though? That's a good question, because it depends, like, a lot of because like that would require a lot of setup from me. Because like I have to find stuff to react to. And then I had to, like, you know, set up the, I guess, PowerPoint or whatever. Or just make a playlist and I just watch. I don't know if I'll watch creepy videos though. Who knows? We do have a suggestions box on the Twitch page, so if you go if you scroll down from the stream and you just kind of look at the tabs, you can recommend things. You can suggest things and then I look at it later. You can see there's already a couple things like make a Discord, which I've done. I'm just really busy this month, so there's not a lot of things I can do right now. Which is why I only came on today to answer questions. Yeah, it's been a while since we started streaming, guys. Unfortunately, I've only been streaming every Saturday. I wish I could stream more, but probably good that's only Saturday so I can focus my brain on other things during the week. I'm gonna be busy until next month. You can also find all the archives on YouTube, so you can just catch up the speed on all the things I've talked about before. The stream that may or may not have happened on a Saturday. Not a Saturday, a Sunday. The heck is this? Where the heck did this come from? Oh man. What? Okay. Something fell off my tablet, so I just put it back on. Your notification didn't go off for the stream we shouldn't speak about? That was probably like destiny, the fates. It's probably God's intervention that that notification didn't come. When talking about art in the Discord without actually posting art, would that be in the fan art chat? I think that's like... I'd probably consider that a general topic because you're not really discussing fan art. No, the video's still up on YouTube. You just need a link to get there. And it's probably better for everyone if you don't have the link to it. I did have the link on Discord, but then I got rid of it because I figured no one was looking anyways. Hey there, alien, watch your tongue. Let's see, next stream. Next stream we'll probably be doing drawing. It's been a while since I've drawn for you guys. I wonder where we should draw. We should just like decide on the topic when we get there. You're trying to find a private link? It was a limited time event. If you like, I was like, okay, yeah. I'll just say what it was. It was a karaoke stream where I sang with no music because we were worried about copyright. Because there's a lot of rules regarding copyright. So I would just pick a song and I'd sing the lyrics without any music. So that was just like me doing that for a couple hours. The reason why you can't view it anymore and the reason why for all the secrecy is because Maud's not a very good singer. Despite having been in a choir. Maud isn't a very good singer. So, and Maud's singing is probably like one of the things you can pick on me for. And like, I would actually feel like, because I am insecure about my singing voice. Something I can't really fix either, because I don't have any time or place to practice. But yeah, so we had a singing stream once just to try it out. And that was what the stream you missed was. I did talk about like the songs though. Because like, I would like sing a song and then be like, oh, this song like reminds me of this character. I did talk about like things like that. Akira. Oh, Akira. Yeah, Akira's that's probably like one of my best songs that I could sing. Yeah, but like singing's like a VTuber talent, so I was trying to give it a shot. Because like, if you want to make it as a VTuber, well, like a VTuber in a company, you kind of need singing skills, eventually. All the better if you're good at it, but you know, what do you do if you're not good at it? Well, I'd like to practice, but there isn't like a location or a time I can. Rest well, thanks for coming to the stream! But yeah, so there's not really a time and place I can practice, so I just like, I only have the abilities that with the meager times I get to sing. Well, I probably won't be holding another karaoke stream anytime soon. Kinda hard to judge yourself on your own singing. I was only taught how to sing in a choir, so that means I only knew how to, like, imitate sounds and how to sing with other people. I only knew how to, like, resonate with other people, blend in with others. I don't know how to project my voice as a solo singer, which is my main issue. Yeah, you do a lot of harmonies in choir. I was a soprano, so I did even less work. I remember being a soprano pretty vividly because all the other 3 parts would be constantly practicing, and we would sit there all day, and I would be like, cause I couldn't draw during those times, so I'd be dead asleep. Sopranos didn't do anything. we just copied the melody, and it's like they're usually popular songs, so we already knew the melody anyway, so we had the easiest job. You always screwed up a performance day? I was always really excited for performance day. Dang, that's tough. That's tough. That's rough. I didn't go to choir in high school. I only went to choir in middle school. I remember I only picked choir in middle school because it was the only one that didn't require you to carry an instrument around or, you know, learn how to play an instrument. And I was like, oh, choir seems the easiest. I just had to shout a lot. In a nice voice. I did it all my years in middle school. When I got to high school, I went to an art class. I kind of actually wanted to join the theater kids, but theater had an audition thing to join it. And I didn't have any friends, or I didn't know anyone in theater that would go with me and audition with me as like to bolster my spirit. And the only person I knew who would talk to me on a regular basis was in art. So I was like, okay, I'll just go into art. I really wanted to be in theater though. It seemed like a lot of fun. But you know, I didn't have any friends, so I couldn't go into theater. Because that was a really friend-heavy community. High school just helped the art friends. Yeah, the person I knew was actually our star art student. Like, she was cream of the crop. She was like the student. Like, if our art teacher had to like bring out an example, he'd bring out her work. Star student. I knew her since middle school. She was a bit of an airhead. She was a very good person. Airhead, kind of. She was kind. She did tend to like. She was very emotional though. She did cry a lot. I knew her since middle school. We sat together all throughout high school, and I remember because like I sat right next to her all those years, and my teacher did not like me because I was like. I think it was like I was corrupting his star student with anime drawings. When really she just wanted to doodle other things sometimes. So we just doodle things together sometimes. Right? Was I in any clubs? No, I wanted to be in clubs though. I could not be in clubs because I had to be home at a certain time. And we didn't have anyone who could pick me up after clubs. So I just couldn't join a club. I did want to join like the Japanese club, but I couldn't. Unfortunately. I really did want to though. There were a lot of things I wanted to do at school, but I just couldn't. Due to circumstances, yeah. I guess like the worst part of it was like I genuinely felt that I felt like that I could fit in anywhere. It's just that my circumstances wouldn't let me. The sad thing. You were in the art club? We did have an art club in my school. Star student was also there. I did help them once or twice, but that was mostly just in cases they need extra hands for things. I usually didn't do anything because, again, I couldn't stay after school. Which really showed in the yearbook, because, like, I remember flipping through our yearbook and I was like, oh man, I'm only in one photo. And that's the obligated photo they had to take for classes. I'm not in any clubs and any groups that would take photos. And it's just like, wow, I don't feel like I exist. It's like, you can't find evidence of me and besides this one photo. Like my face and then my name. You know, like going to meetings? Yeah, I guess there's some people who are like that. But like, I would put pretty enthusiastic about that kind of thing if I had the opportunity to do it. Because the only thing I did when I got home was I'd sleep, and then when, you know, night came, I'd get up and do my work, and then I'd go to sleep again. I spent all of my free time drawing at school. Actually, even when I was supposed to be working at Simon's, I'd be drawing at school. So I have a lot of sketchbooks from my days in school. My club was a token queer club. Everyone in the club came out as LGBT. I think we had like I wouldn't call it like a club, it was more like an association. It was pretty big. Like that at my school. But we also had that one kid who was came on a little too strong to everyone. You know, it was like that kid. I'm sure a lot of people knew that kid. It was like that kid who like made it their duty that you knew, like, that they were gay. Like it was their only personality trait. You know, like, like, can we talk about other things? I was always too tired from school. Yeah. It's like, I think I've discussed this before, but I don't remember who I discussed it with. I might have discussed it with my moderators, but I knew this kid since middle school. In middle school, he was still a girl. So back in middle school, he was like very strong on the I'm a lesbian, and I shared a gym class with him at the time. So we were in the same locker room, and you know, there's a bunch of changing girls. That guy was really touchy-feely, I'll tell you that. That star student, that art student I was talking about before, we were also in the same, I was in the same middle school with her, and I was also in the same gym class as her. It was like me, her, and that guy, who was, again, a female at the time, and very strongly advertising himself as lesbian. He was really strongly coming on to her. She's pretty, by the way. She's really pretty. She's been popular. She's just like too oddball for most people to be into her. But like, she's pretty. So he was really into her. So I remember they were always together during gym class, and he'd been pushing for a relationship for a while, and she at the time didn't have any boyfriend or any time, and she wanted to see if, you know, she was into girls. So she's like, okay. I was like, I'll go out to you to see if I'm into girls. And after a while, so they dated for a while, and then she was like, okay, I'm not into girls. So they broke up. But right after, like, as soon as they broke up, that guy never hung out with us anymore, even though he was like stuck to her hip for the entire time they were dating, for like the whole day at school. And like the moment she broke up with him, we never talked to us again. Like he would never come to us again unless he like really needed something. I was like, wow. And I was like, that's the most I remember him from middle school. And then I saw him in high school again, and then, you know, he was a guy. Got a name change. And, he was now like a renowned... I don't know how to describe this. A renowned womanizer? I guess it was more like he was very sexually active. It wasn't that he was like popular, it was more like if anyone was like willing to experiment, they were welcome to come to him. Exclusively if you were female. Or, you know, you had female parts. Like, yeah, and then my star art student friend, who's probably too kind for her own good and definitely an airhead. She had a sleepover with that guy and another female friend at her house. So she was sleeping on the bed and those two were sleeping on the floor. I remember she told me that like she kind of woke up in the middle of the night to like weird wet noises. And then she realized that those two on her floor, in her room, in her house, were doing it. And like, she never forgot that. But yeah, that guy had like no restraint. None. I don't think he even had any shame, because I remember in school, he would try and resell items to you, and he's like, do you know those worms on a string toys? The kind of fuzzy ones with the googly eyes? They're colorful and they're fuzzy, and they're small, they're like hand-sized. He'd buy like a bunch of them, and then he'd go around during lunch being like, I don't have any lunch money. Can you buy this off of me so I can get some money to buy lunch? And then, you know, you're like, okay, yeah, I'll give you money so you can buy lunch, and I'll also take the worm on a string, cool. But then you kind of, I think people started to realize, because he kept doing that skit, that bit, that was like, you don't need money, do you? And he'd keep trying to come up with like new business plans, new things to sell that were definitely like not cheap to buy. But he was like, yeah, I need money for lunch, and you're like, you do not need money for lunch. I knew the guy since middle school. Unfortunately, I knew that he did not need money for lunch. So yeah, there was a guy like that on my schools. So that's what I think of when I think of LGBT. But then again, he wasn't part of the association. He was just a scammer. A scammer and a very sexually experimented man. What else was there? There was also another girl I knew from middle school. Very athletic, silent type. She was friendly, but she didn't really talk much. She was just sports focused. I think I told this story before. I'll tell it again for the new folks, if anyone's new listening here. One day in gym class, it was a free day, so we weren't doing anything. And we were just kind of chilling in the basketball court inside, where we hold assemblies and stuff. So it's just a big empty space, and everyone's just kind of, you know, you just get a ball and you just kind of run around with it. You don't really do anything. It's mostly just like a chatting session for most people. But I was sitting on the floor, kind of spacing out. I was thinking about my stories, honestly. and I was spacing out, and she sitting on the floor, and she comes up to me and she's like, "Hey, can I swing you around?" Like, or no, what she said was like, "Can you lay down for me?" That's what she told me. She didn't tell me anything else. She told me, "Can you lay down?" And I was like, sure, because I knew this girl since middle school, and I knew she wouldn't like do anything she wasn't confident in. I was like, I trusted her. So I laid down flat on my back. She leans down, she grabs my ankles, and proceeds to swing me in circles. Like, my body lifts off the ground from the speed she was swinging me at. And I was in the air being swung by my ankles by this one girl for like a couple minutes. And with like an incredible show of athleticism and I guess just like compassion from her soul, she manages to like slow down her spinning at the perfect speed that I softly fall to the earth again without any pain. Like, I just kind of softly laid back down. And then she was like, thanks. And then she leaves. And I was like, what? And I never got an answer for what that was about. But that was a life-changing experience I had, cause like, again, she lifted me up, she swung me around, like really fast-paced, but like even with all that momentum that must have built up, she still managed to like gently put me down in like a slow circles without any pain to me. I was like, wow. Did that feel like flying? Oh my god, it was incredible. It was something I'll never experience again, but like, it was the best, dude. Because it happened so fast and it ended so quickly that like, I didn't have time to feel scared. By the time it was over, my heart was pounding and I was staring at her back in like utter shock. It was pretty amazing. I hope she's doing great. I hope she succeeds in all of her endeavors. Because she was incredible. What else? What other stories do I have? Oh, there was this boy I knew in middle school who unfortunately didn't go to the same high school as me. I would have loved to see him there, but he was only in the same middle school as me. He, during lunchtime, when we were done with lunch, they would let us outside in this kind of like select area where we can just loiter around until our next class. So during that time when we could loiter around waiting for our next class, there was this boy who was always kind of digging in the dirt with a plastic spoon he got from the cafeteria, and for some reason he always had plastic spoons on him, like pocketfuls, so he always had a spoon on him. So he was just kind of digging in the dirt. I was on good terms with this kid. Sometimes he'd give me a spoon and then I just kind of hold the spoon while he digs in the dirt again. He was a tall kid, I remember that. Tall, lanky kid. He just kind of dug at the dirt. It wasn't like for no purpose that I could perceive anyways. It was just to dig a hole, which I kind of understand actually. Sometimes when you're standing around, you just kind of dig a hole in the dirt. But my year rather, had a time where we went to an amusement park. Of course it was an amusement park, but like they gave us a worksheet that'd be like, okay, go on this ride, tell me how fast it went, like write down all these details, do math, do sciences while you enjoy the park, but we're giving you a direction to go in, kind of thing. had an event like that, but everyone had a partner except me. And I was like, oh crap. I need a partner and I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone and there's no one that's free that I'm aware of, because like even if people didn't partner up, they kind of like they had their friend groups, so even if it was an odd number, they just kind of stuck together and that's how they worked. So I was like, uh-oh. But then I saw him, Spoon Boy. Spoon Boy had a partner. It was another boy. But I asked Spoon Boy if I could tag along with him, and he gave me like a very solemn nod. And I was like, Spoon Boy. His name's not Spoon Boy, by the way. It's just what I'm calling him right now because I don't want to say his name. So Spoon Boy let me tag along with him during the amusement park ride. In all the time that I've known him, Spoon Boy has never been the type to talk. He rarely ever talks, actually. He very rarely speaks. He only speaks when he feels like he needs to, like if he just can't get like his message across through like a nod or a shake of his head, or he just points to something. If he can't get across like that, then he'll speak. But it's very, very rare. He's also not emotive. Like he doesn't express himself at all. He just kind of like, he listens and he watches, but he doesn't talk and he doesn't express himself. That was Spoon Guy. That was Spoon Boy. So Spoon Boy let me tag along with him. Tall, lanky Spoon Boy. with his friend. His friend was like he was just like a regular boy. He was energetic, talkative. I think that energetic boy ended up like zooming off somewhere. I think he spotted another friend and he like zoomed off to go talk to them. And so I was stuck with Spoon Boy. Because Spoon Boy was a slow walker and he wasn't very interested in like dashing off to see if he saw someone. So I stuck with Spoon Boy and we had to go on all these rides and like, take notes on it. So there was this one ride we had to go on to. It was the kind of ride it was like you sat down in the seats, the bar came down on you kind of like grip at the bar, and then the ride would lift and put you upside down, and then it would just hold you upside down for a while, and then you'd like come back down. And that was like the entire ride. That was the entire thing. It didn't like spin, it didn't go fast, it didn't spin you. You just sat down, you went upside down for like a couple minutes, and then you came back down, and that was it. They put you right side up again. Yeah, that was the entire ride, and we had to go on it. So like, me and Spoon Boy sat down on the ride, and it goes upside down, and the first couple minutes was okay, but then I realized it's been like past a couple minutes, and we were still upside down. At that point, I was in pain because the bar was pressing against my thighs to prevent me from falling, but in turn, it was like I was being squished and my thighs were like, I was dying. I was like screaming because it hurt so bad. Like it hurt, oh man. And like, I was super vocal about it, and like, I kind of turned to look at Spoon Boy, and for the first time in all the time I've known him, Spoon Boy smiles and he laughs, and like, I was so stunned that he had, that like, I kept screaming, of course, but like, at that point, I kind of turned from like, I'm in pain, this sucks, to like, oh my god, I think he's actually enjoying himself and my pain. So I kind of turned my screaming to more comedic. Like, I was yelling at him to stop laughing at me, which made him laugh more. And I was like, oh my god, Spoon Boy, you could smile and laugh! But like, it took so long for us to come down, but Spoon Boy was smiling the entire time. And like when we finally did come down, like Spoon Boy just kind of like the smile just kind of disappeared from his face and he returned to his normal state. But I remember Spoon Boy. Spoon Boy, if you're out there, I remember you smiled and you laughed at my pain, which was very mean, but I have to admit it was very charming. Like, wow, what an anime character moment. Because again, that boy does not emote, that boy does not talk, and like that was the only time I've ever seen him smile and laugh. Like, laugh out loud. I was like, wow. Did we just have a moment? Oh yeah, I remember Spoon Boy. I hope Spoon Boy's doing good out there. He was a good kid. Nice kid. So yeah, that's my story about Spoon Boy. It's like, I didn't have any friends, but I did have a lot of people. I did have some people who I was on good terms with, who I interacted with sometimes. Never hung out. We never really talked outside of school, or, you know, even in school we didn't really talk. We just kind of existed in the same place and we were having mutual understandings of, yeah, we're here. We're both here in this moment, and that's it. I remember a lot of people that I've met in my school times, and I'm hoping they're all doing well. I still remember like my elementary years too. Just like, but like, I'm not someone who's interested in romance IRL because I have such absurdly high standards for a love interest. View all of my works. but I still like think like that moment with Spoon Boy was like, wow, what a CG moment, what an otome game feeling. You still have all your elementary friends? That's nuts. I don't have any friends. So that says everything. I remember in elementary school, we had it was a giant field. Giant empty field for recess. And just like in one, like a 2% of that giant field was our playground. Yeah, I don't have any friends, so. I remember back in elementary school, Warrior Cats was a really big thing at my school. Does anyone know Warrior Cats? Anyone remember Warrior Cats? I'll explain what it is even if you don't know. Warrior Cats were a bunch of like easy to read children books. About, well, the original story, the initial story was about a cat who runs away from being a house cat to join the cats in the wild. Like, there was a bunch of cats living in tribes in the forest. It was that kind of thing. It had a lot of tribal vibes. And you know, it was his journey to become from the small kitten to becoming the tribal leader. It was his journey. I don't know what happened past that because I lost interest because cats started coming back from the dead and I was like, wait, let's stop here. And also too many characters. It was known for having really stupid names because it's for kids. Yeah, it got really intense. So like, I only recommend like the first couple of books. The first book will be my favorite. But so Warrior Cats is really popular in my elementary school. So during recess, we had a group of kids who would basically, well, it was just pretend, but like basically roleplay. So we had like, you know, the leader cat and the deputy cat, which is the vice leader, and then like the all the other cats who go on patrol that work like officers who work under the leaders. And then, you know, and then like the medicine cat, which is their doctor who stays at the tribe and just treats injured cats, and then like all the apprentices that were kittens learning how to do jobs. It was like all those kind of characters. So I knew two kids who would always be like leader and the deputy, the vice leader. And then a couple other kids who would be the officers, the regular patrol cats. And then they get in a group and they'd all go patrolling around the playground. And they'd patrol around the big field too if there were kids out there. But like, the great thing was that they actually did stuff. Like, because they were role playing like that, like the entire playground was the tribe area, so they would actually like try and resolve issues if something happened on the playground. And we did try to take care of the playground, like if it got dirty because it's windy, so we do clean up and stuff. Because we're like, you know, warrior cats for role playing, so we would like they would help manage the playground because of it. And then, you know, we were all in the same class, or like we were all in the same classes when recess happened, so we all knew each other. So we could like help step in if kids were having issues, like a spat, or the kid was having difficulty in the bars or something. It was all that kind of stuff. So they actually did things, and then like they go out to the big field and they just wander around together. I also played with them, but for some reason I wasn't interested in being a patrol cat. Sophie's already made fun of me for this. I was more interested in being a medicine cat because no one had the role. So all I do was I'd sit in the playground under the shade, and I would like, in my brain I was like building my doctor's office, like this is where my medicine goes, I need to crush this, I need to collect this, I still don't have enough of this. Like I was actually like legitimately thinking about it as if I was like the medicine cat, you know? And then like every time they came back to the camp, they'd kind of greet me. I was just like, wow. I was a stay home, I was a housewife kind of person even back then. And then like I remember when like other kids got interested, we already had everyone in set positions, like all the big spots had already been taken, so we started taking apprentices instead. So I had like a girl come in and be my apprentice, and I was like teaching her. We're in my imaginary hospital room where I put everything. We couldn't draw outside, we couldn't bring anything outside, it was just us, our bodies. Because we were playing outside. So I just kind of gestured this area, be like, this is where the herbs are stored, we still need to crush these if we're kind of running out on this, so we need to head to this area of that field to collect some more, kind of thing. And then like if we get any injured cats, they come in and then we'll patch them up. So like this is the procedure for that, and then this and this. Dirt was kind of hard. I wouldn't draw on it. And our playground area had like wood chips. But yeah, that's what I remember doing in elementary school. I'd also remember in elementary school that like, if we weren't playing warrior cats, sometimes all the classes that were out for recess would gather together and be like, okay, let's play freeze tag. Like we just collectively all gathered, everyone. And then we all just started playing freeze tag in the big field. And the way we worked on a rotation system. So it was like, It's like one round the girls were it, the other round the boys were it. It was always how we did things because it was just so easy to differentiate girls from the guys when you're in elementary school. So that was like the easiest way to tell if someone was it, just by, you know, gender. And you know, if they're frozen, you can tell they got hit. So yeah, so we always split to girls and guys for freeze tag, and I give it my all during when it was the girls round to be it, but when it was the guys round, before the girls round was over, I kind of like start inching my way out to the outside of the group circle, and by the time the guy round had started, I'd run to the playground and just like watch while the guys were it, because I didn't want to lose. So I was just like, I can't lose if I don't play this round. Like, I didn't want to be caught, so I just ran for the playground. And when was the girls round again, I'd wander back in. And that's what I did, because I didn't want to get caught ever. I've always been a sore loser, so I couldn't accept being caught even once. So it's like, even if I lied and said, you know, oh, you didn't get me, it's like I couldn't accept that in my heart. I could not. For days we didn't have freeze tag, we weren't doing warrior cats. I just wander around the open fields and like bask in the vastness of the sky. Which sounds strange, but it's true. I was fascinated with how it felt like the sky was surrounding us, like a dome, like a snow globe kind of feeling. So I always just stared at the sky, just like thinking about things. I was always thinking about things. I was a weird child. Oh. Yeah, it is tiring to run around. I've never been in good health, so I've never been good at running. I'm only good for a short burst, so like... Oh man, that is another story. Okay, I'm moving up to like high school again, but does anyone... do you guys know what flag football is? Wait, I guess I should explain what flag football is anyways, just in case someone in the archive doesn't know. Okay, so flag football was American football. American football, the little weird things. The weird shaped hard eggs. I don't know what to call that shape, the brown ones. The American footballs. The idea was that there's two teams, the field is split in half, there's a goal on the end of each side. The goal is that you take the football from one end to the goal, and the way kids get you out is that they pull on your flag. And if they pull on your flag and it comes off, you have to restart. You have to bring your football all the way back, and the entire game has to restart. So that was flag football. I was never the kid with the football. I loved playing defense. What I always did was that I played defense. If it was the other team's turn to have the football, I'd stare down their kids. Because I was always like right on the line between the two fields. I was always standing in the same spot. I'd stare at them if they were like planning on running. I'd stare at them and then I'd kind of like walk along with them if they were like trying to find a way to get past me. And like I never like let my eyes leave them. And then if they'd ran past me, I'd also run. Like I have no need for build-up. I would go at my top speed right away. So, and like, I'm not athletic, but if they ran, I'd run until I caught them. Or at least until the game was over. Like, I'd focus in on one person who's typically like a really aggressive player, and I'd sprint at them until I either caught them or someone else caught the person with the football. Like, I was really intense, and like the moment like the whistle sounded and we're like, oh, you know, reset, I'd stop and I'd walk really slowly, like really calmly back to my usual spot without like a break in expression. And then like, you know, we'd do it all over again. Cause like I do not look fast and I'm not fast, but it's just like, and like that small amount of time, I don't have that much stamina, but like, I just need that small window to deter you, and that is enough. I think they actually started seeing me as a threat because they started sticking more than one person on me. Yeah, that's what I remember flag football from. That was probably like my peak athletic performance. It's like there are other ways to make yourself a threat. I was like, I had these qualities, like short stamina, but I can go like really fast for a little bit. So I just need to go fast for a little bit. I need to like stare at them. What I was needed for was not to catch them. I needed to intimidate them. I needed to be considered in their plans so that they have to maneuver around me. And if I can force them to maneuver away from like the target, then that was good enough. That's all I needed to do. And that's all I ever did. It's like, I knew my advantages and I played them. It's like, even without like a lot of energy or stamina, I did the best I could. I played to my strengths. I did like doing sports. I was not good at them, but I did have a lot of fun with sports because you can do sports by yourself because, you know, basketball or something. But I always had fun with sports because people were forced to interact with me. They had no choice but to partner with me for things. We were assigned places. So you have no choice but to play with me, and I will never let our tennis game end. I will hit every ball, and you will be stuck with me until we rotate. It's like, we will not win. Like, neither of us will win, neither of us will lose. But this game will not end. I will not let you end this. That was the kind of kid I was in tennis. I was the kind of kid in basketball too. It's like I couldn't shoot and I couldn't run, but I could stand there and you'd have to consider me as an enemy. Because like, you can't throw here, I'm here. Or like, it's like, you can't walk here, I'm here. It's like, find another way around me, but that's too bad because I can sidestep. Again, I had my strengths, and I played to them. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, folks. Know your strengths. Use them. And it's like, even if you can't be the kid who kicks the goal, you can still be the kid who gets in the way of the other kid. you take up space. As long as you take up space, you have worth in the sports game. Because just getting in the way of people and like messing with their heads, that is enough. That is enough. Key tips with mod. Trying to collapse, yeah. I was never good at breathing. I might have asthma. I've never been officially diagnosed, but like, I was never good at breathing. You didn't like being defense? Defense is always the only thing I went to. Because there's always too many kids on offense. Like, if you were sporty, you were offense. If you weren't sporty, you were defense, but you just didn't do anything. That reminds me when we played dodgeball too. I never threw balls because I did not have a good throwing arm. So what I did was I went around collecting balls and I gently rolled them to people who threw. So they'd always have ammo. Like at the ready. So I didn't have to go around looking for ammo. I'd always like roll them back to them so to supply them. And then because I was usually so far in the back collecting balls that I never get hit. Or you know, you take a hit for a thrower. That's how it goes. That's how it goes in sports. I always love team sports. Oh, running. I was terrible at running. No, I wasn't. I was good at running if I could stand still for a while and catch my breath, but I was terrible during timed marathons. It was like, we always had like 5 minutes to run a mile or something, and then the time kept going lower and lower as the year went on. It was terrible for me. I think I throw up every run. Every marathon run. It always happened at the end of the week, I think. So I'd throw up after every run, and then I wouldn't be able to move for a while. But you know, you have to move because we have to leave. Can I do push-ups? No! My arms are noodles. I can't do push-ups. I can probably do a couple sit-ups though. I can do a decent amount of sit-ups, but I can't do push-ups. The strongest part of me are my legs. My legs are the strongest part of me. My arms are really weak. I'd call it a win if I could do one push-up. It's also because in high school you could have gotten a locker, but you had to pay for it. So I didn't get a locker. I just carried my backpack everywhere around me, which had a bunch of textbooks and it was super heavy. And there were a bunch of stairs in my school, and you know, I was always in a rush to get places. So my legs are really strong because I had to carry a bunch of weight and go up the stairs really fast every day. And you know, run throughout the really long school and maneuver around people really fast. There's one thing I miss about school is that I can't get that exercise anymore. Man, school was good for exercise. Now that I'm just like a shut-in now. Yeah. You get to leave faster if you do have all your stuff on you. It's also just more convenient to have everything on you because you just pull stuff out whenever. Past 5 hours. Typical, typical. That's our usual. Once we hit 6 hours, then we'll usually be at our usual. What is there? It looks like the Discord's calmed down somewhat, so that's good. Not a lot of people on right now. We've got time if you want to stick with me to our usual 6 hours. So we do a little doodling. What's my stream schedule look like after today? We're gonna be drawing next time. We're gonna be drawing right now. Hold on, okay. Alright. What do you guys want to see? Keep it simple. We've only got like an hour left. You can call them the freshmen if you'd like. The young ones. Grim! Oh, it's been a while since I've drawn Grim. You miss Grim? Grim's always here. You already know there's no MC. There's no set design for MC. MC's just a white hand. That's the only thing. Let's see. I don't have, because this is a new computer, I don't have any of my drawing references up. So I have to go to my blog for my references now. Oh yeah, I saw that, yeah. Okay, let's draw Yokai Grim. Let's see, I haven't drawn at all today, so I'm not warmed up at all. Whatever, we'll just draw. Here we go. Grim's like arguably the most mysterious character in the AU. Hold up. Okay. Just my seating. I see you've learned the word peepaw, picked up the word peepaw from the Discord. After all that ruckus. Oh yeah, Grimm is pretty old. Grimm is like the eldest out of all of them. Been a while since I've drawn Grimm. Yeah, Liam and Grimm share a lot of same outfit details, like the ribbons and the holes in their sleeves, for example. Okay. Hold on, gotta crack my hand. Hey! I'm not gonna lie, my mic is right in front of my face, so I can't really see what I'm doing. Hold on, I'm gonna move my mic. Adjusting my mic. Ignore any weird sounds you hear. Oh my god, I can see things now. Whoa. This. Oh, you can tell it's been a while. Which was you first? Been so long since I've drawn you. Do you know how old Canon Grimm is? I don't think so. Not. I don't know. I haven't seen the Japanese story progression in a while, so. I mean, it is a fairly common trope for like your mascot character to be super old, but like because they're so inexperienced in the ways of the world, they feel younger. Also, typically they're energetic. Issue. I hope you're all learning something by watching me draw. You have so many reference streams now on how I draw. Oh, I'm glad I'm inspiring you to draw. I'll move this back a little. I think I want to change the shape of this eyebrow. There you go. Now you get little blushies. Like, Grim has the most complicated ribbon. All the other boys just loop it through something. Grim has to have a really fancy tying method. Okay. I made this a little too big. I'll shrink it a little. I like this brush a lot, but everything looks like it's slanted at this angle, so it's kind of difficult to use. But whatever. I'm gonna use it because I want to. Wait, not done yet. You gotta do the... Let's go with this fit. I do like seeing like other artists' like interpretation of a human Grimm though. I always really like those. He's always really handsome. Like if they don't draw like a literal child, they usually draw him as like a really handsome boy. That looks like he'd be around like Ace and Deuce's age. I love that. Cool. There you go. Much better. There you go. Guess I can just erase this. Well, there are some scenes in your head that can only be conveyed through your own art. Like, you're the only one who can bring it to life. You have to draw. If you're having difficulty making outfits, it's usually like a mix of their world setting and your preference. Like, I usually like drawing boys in hoodies, so I draw boys in hoodies. And then there's also like, because of the show position too, if they have a world. But it's mostly on your own preferences, and then through your preferences, after you finish doing what you prefer, you can tweak it and make justifications with their character and their world setting on why they have an outfit like that. And that's typically how I do things. Like, I want this, so I'm going to figure out a way to make this make sense. And if you're having difficulty coming up with outfits, you can always like... Well, there's always dress-up games, but there's also like, you can just look at other references, like characters, the designs you like, outfits you like, certain parts you like, and you could just combine all the things you like together. And that's how you get a new outfit. You just combine all sorts of things. God, it's something like this. Gets fine like that. Let's do this. Okay. My art style is comforting. Kind of curious on what that means to be a comforting art style. That's good to know. I can assure you that every piece is made with love. Because each piece is made with love and for like love for the viewer and love for the character, like for the subject that's being drawn. You saw people post my art on Wattpad? Question, were they claiming it as theirs? Also, what are they using it for? That's a curious thing. If they didn't say it was theirs, then it's fine. I mean, it's not good generally, but like, I'm okay with it as long as they don't say it's theirs. It is important. It's something you should do for other artists, but the reason why it's really important for other artists is that their art style is their brand, and typically they're making money off of it. So it's no good if like their brand is being, you know, taken by someone else. so they can't really sell their art because someone else is selling it kind of idea. I, however, don't sell my art and I don't need that brand. I don't have any particular plans of selling my art either. So I don't have a need for that kind of branding and that kind of exclusive, like keeping my art exclusive. And the purpose of my art anyways is that people will see it and they'll feel better. Like, they'll just see a nice image and they'll feel happy. You definitely should do it for other artists, because other artists care a lot about this. I'm an oddball. I'm definitely an oddball. I'm definitely an anomaly, because the reason why I draw is to make people happy, and ultimately I don't really care if I get credit. I just don't want people to claim it that it's theirs. I don't care if you say that it was me who made it or linked to my blog or whatever. I don't care about that. I just care that you just didn't say it was yours, because these are my feelings that I'm giving to you. It's like you go to a birthday party and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna give him a book. I'm gonna give him a book, and then you go to the birthday party, you give the guy the book, and then like the next person takes your book and re-gives it to the guy saying it was their gift. That's what it feels like. Like, no, I made that gift for you. Like, that's why I was like, yeah, I just don't want you to claim it as your own, because this was my gift to you. To the world, rather. Because things are gonna get stolen and reposted on the internet, so I've already, like, I think of everything I make as a gift. Yeah, usually by default something credited probably belongs to the person. Yeah, typically it is, yeah. I was like, I hope they don't make money off of it, because then that's issues. But I guess, like, as a plus, they can't keep making my stuff. Like, they can't keep producing what I make. Like, because yeah, I still make stuff, so they just have to either keep stealing from me and hope I stay around. So yeah. Because, like, that's just people's assumptions, though. Like, I don't want you to claim my feelings as your own. I don't want you to directly claim that. People making assumptions is a common thing, because, like, a lot of people thought Sophie made the yokai AU. Because Sophie writes the fic, the big fic. So a lot of people thought Sophie made the AU and I was making fan art for Sophie's stuff. Yeah, it was a big thing. Don't mention this to Sophie, by the way. It gets Sophie really upset. Sophie, you'll get really frustrated if you bring it up to them. It's like, ah! And then they made like a really big post on it recently when I said that to them again. Yeah, me and Sophie had a big misunderstanding. Because Sophie started writing their fic and... Also, I don't have a signature now. But Sophie started writing their fic, and then people started coming to me asking questions about their fic. Like, did you write it? Or like, can you explain what happened in the fic? Or like people thought I was making fan art for the fic. Because like the fic was like the original AU and I was just some artist who like, hey, I like that fic, I'm gonna draw stuff for it kind of thing. And so we had a lot of questions coming in at the time like that. And then around that same time, Sophie came in my like, you know, like the Tumblr DMs, the private messaging, and was like, hey, can you tell me some details about other characters or like about this? It's like for my fic kind of thing. But like, because at the time I was getting questions like that, I was like, is my AU being stolen from me right in front of my eyes? Like, am I being, like, kicked out of my own house? Kind of idea? So, like, I was really on edge and kind of cold to Sophie at the time. And apparently Sophie, like, later said to me, it was like, yeah, I was wondering why you were kind of like off-put by me. I mean, like, we only ever actually resolved it when the Discord happened, and I told Sophie about everything. Oh man, Sophie got really upset. Don't bring it up to Sophie. Yeah, but like, yeah, don't bring it up to Sophie, because it does really upset Sophie. I do tease them about it, but like, I am one of the people involved, so just kind of let it lie. Let it lie. Just leave it to me to tease them about it. It is pretty stressful because Sophie made it as a fan work of my thing, but people thought it was theirs. And so I told Sophie the story, and like Sophie's like, that explains everything. That's why you were so weird with me when we were talking. So yeah, I do have that kind of issue when people make fan works, where like, most fan works don't get as big as like Sophie's does. So people usually don't come asking me about their fanfics, or they don't usually go as long as Sophie's does. So I don't get people asking me things, or like people assuming that, you know, they made the AU. Because Sophie's one of the few people, there's a couple other people, but one of the first and one of the few people who made like an actual story. Like their own story. There's a couple others, but there's a couple others who've also done that, but like they kind of started later in the game. Sophie was kind of there at the start, so people kind of assumed it was part of the AU. Like everything that happened in that AU was the canon, because it was really early on. But now people who make stuff later don't get assumed to be the original, because, you know, by that time the AU was like well known enough that people knew that I was the original creator, so like everything else was fan works. But Sophie was there early on enough that people thought they were the maker. I kind of knew Sophie was an okay person though, even before the Discord, because they kept appearing on all of my posts. I was like, huh. I was like, it's like, maybe they're stealing my work, but they sure are like enjoying it, at least. So even if it did get stolen, at least it would go to someone who cared a lot about it. Like, was my kind of feelings at the time, my kind of feeling of resignation. Sophie was upset to hear that though. I also told Sophie that I wasn't reading their fic. Like, I read it at the first start, and then it started going off at a weird angle, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't. I'm a little worried. And Sophie's like, what? But you're the creator! I was kind of hoping you'd read it, kind of thing. Yeah, the scissors came, and like, that kind of threw me off, because I was like, I was so insistent that like nothing could break the rope. So like, I saw that and I kind of pulled out, and I was like, I'm concerned. You know, like, I read that and I kind of like stopped reading the fic because I was concerned at where it was going, and I was like, I shouldn't. I did discuss it with Sophie at length, though. I can't remember exactly what I said to Sophie anymore, but I'm sure Sophie remembers. But like, we did discuss the scissors bit, and now we've come to a resolution. Yeah, so it's all good. It's all good. We're resolved. I don't know what he's drinking. I don't have the colors for Grim on me. Hold on. I'm gonna open up my browser and pull up Grim colors. Cause like the idea for this drawing was like the fake boyfriend scenario. It's like you just like whatever gathering or outing you had with your friends to prove you had a boyfriend you just finished up at, and now you took Grim out to get a drink. And you're just kind of like reminiscing on it, and he's making fun of you. He's teasing you about it. So yeah, this is like at the aftermath of the boyfriend scenario, and he's like, wow, that was a disaster kind of thing. Or like, your friends are dumb. But you're just chilling together. I mean, it definitely went well, because Grim wouldn't let it go any other direction than well, but he's still gonna make fun of you for it, because like, wow, you had to call me in. It's like, he's happy about it, but he's teasing you still. There you go. I pulled up the Grim colors. Took me a while to pull them up though. I mean, Grim does know everything there is to know about yokai. He also knows an absurd amount of human knowledge. Very reliable, but it's very mysterious. That's why it's a relief that he's yours. Zoom in. Eyes on too far. Wow, you can kind of see my art style change a little. Well, I have been running the blog for like, what? I think it's almost been a year now? I think? For like a really long couple of months. It is a pretty noticeable difference. Probably because, like, after I drew Grimm, I drew a lot more for, like, the boys. It's just like, I just got used to drawing twist characters. I guess I just got used to drawing on my computer in general. Also, in between that period, I started drawing a lot of Genshin Impact. Thank you, Aether. You fixed my art style. Thanks, Aether. You became my art style. I did really like the boyfriend scenario, the fake boyfriend scenario. That was a really nice one. I enjoyed that. Like, putting aside the fact that I wrote it, I really enjoyed the idea of it. So I'm hoping you guys will send me more scenarios like that I can write about, because that was fun. I mostly just get technical questions, which is fine too, but it's like it's really fun to write for a scenario. Like that. Fake marriage. Oh, return of Leona, your tired husband. What happened if Grimm met Yokai Grimm, though? Please refer to Grimm's introduction post for that. Unless you're talking about, like, actual, like, twist Grimm. Like, not the fusion of them in the Yokai AU. Like, just regular twist Grimm. I think he'd just be amused mostly. He's dealt with like a lot of youngsters. There's definitely a lot more yokai that are more troublesome than Grimm. So I think he'd really take it in stride. Probably like comment like, huh, was I like this when I was younger? Hearing spicy scenario requests? Yes! Oh, you just reminded me! Someone asked me a spicy scenario request and I forgot to respond to that. I was kind of sitting in the quartet chat today thinking like, am I missing something? Because like no one usually talks in the after hours channels. So I just kind of assumed there wasn't anything in there, so I didn't check. No one usually talks in there. I totally forgot. Well, the chat will still be there in a week, Alien. But yeah, I'm also okay with spicy scenarios. I just forgot to answer because I forgot people sometimes talked in there. I did post pictures in there for the yokai like once, so I'm open. That's okay, Alien. Not a lot goes in there. Actually, we barely talk in there. Like, True, true. We do have a lot of people in like the underage category in our server. Been off a fake boyfriend scenario. That's uh-huh. You need to go on a date. Uh-huh. Formal event or something? Okay. So you need to go to a formal event. What sort of day would they think of? Alternatively, we could word it like this. You need to prove to your friends you have a boyfriend and like that he was not just a one-time, like, you know, you got someone to pretend to be your fake boyfriend. They want you to prove that he's actually your boyfriend. So you have to go out on a date and take like good date photos to prove that, like, yeah, we hang out, we're together. How's that for an expansion? Like, while you're on a date. And it's fake boyfriend scenario still. You have to take photos to prove that you're dating. How much do your fictional friends not trust you? Alternatively, how well do your fictional friends know you to know that you'd actually like get a guy to be your fake boyfriend? Act out the slow burn of my guy of choice. Wow, that's like really a statement. That's definitely not something you'd say in real life. It's like, wow, you have choices to act out your slow burn with. Remember, the fake lover scenario is always the you fall in love while during the deception. But the thing is, they're already in love with you, so I guess it's a matter of you like deciding you'd like them as a partner. Live action roleplay is so hardcore. It's a shame that like not a lot of people are into Grimm on like the yokai blog. It's like they think it's a little weird because, you know, Grimm's kind of his personality usually, but like he's kind of got a completely different personality in here, so. They aren't? No, they're not. It's just like Grimm doesn't really have that kind of personality that you want to. I mean, just like think about him in Twist. Do you really want to kiss that? Like, put aside the fact that it's a cat right now. If he had a human boy body, would you really want to kiss that? Is the kind of idea. Like, I think he's like too childish and too for them. They probably think of him as something to care for, rather than someone who can like, you know, properly be a lover. He does like get viewed as family most of the time. Family, your pet kind of thing. Yokai AU Grimm is definitely dating material. One, he's the eldest. Two, I designed him to be good looking, thank you. Grimm is like your best friend. He's definitely like, he's got like the kind of like he's been your best friend since forever. Like since you were kids kind of feeling, or just like, you know, since school. He's always been your best friend. And then like, you know, he's always been there for you and you slowly fall in love kind of feeling. Like he's always been there to comfort you and like tease you, and he's always got your back. He always covered for you kind of feeling. He's got those vibes. He's got those vibes. Right, if you want me to write the scenario, be sure to ask me in the Discord, because I'll probably forget because I have a lot of things to do after streams, like making thumbnails and stuff. So be sure to put it on the Discord. Also, it gives context to people who are like, what are we talking about all of a sudden? So they know where it came from. A lot of people don't come to the streams, but they don't watch the archives. Oh man, if you have to take your fake boyfriend deception all the way and you have to stage a proposal. That's intense, dude. That's some hardcore stuff. Imagine believing you're still faking it then. You get proposed to and you're crying and you're accepting and you're like, damn, we're good at this. You're still thinking like that? What's something Yulian would do? Oh, Yulian will definitely be in it for the long deception run. That's his specialty. No, it's that kind of thing. It's you create a deception that's so, like a lie that's so wonderful that even when you find out, you want to still keep believing in that lie. Like even if you find out it's a lie, you still want to believe in it because it was just that incredible. There's that saying too, you know? Still have to do the flame in his ears, which is the biggest pain. I'll just do it real quick, yeah. Liam and slow burns? Oh my god. I mean, Liam is like pretty active, but active quotation marks. But yeah, he's a surprisingly sweet boy. Oh, but whoops. Alright, hold up. I'm coming in. Do. Okay. Bot's gotten rid of. I haven't bought in a while. I guess they come on when I've streamed long enough. Thank you, alien. Oh, I just fastened to an airbrush, but you know, whatever. Yeah, harder thing. Okay. I also now really like the idea of Grim, your best friend in high school kind of idea. Oops. Need this one too. I'll move you over. Replacement is so important. There you go. There we go. It's Grim. Now, when I post this on the Discord, people are like, weren't we playing Sherlock? And you're like, yeah. Things happen. No one's gonna ask you about Sherlock. Cool, look, it's Grim in casual wear. I do like the idea of all of them like being in casual wear, but just have their collars and that's it. And then, you know, their features. Their animal features, the yokai features. I do like that mix of that, the casual clothes and their ribbons, their ropes. Again, make sure to send scenario prompts to me, so I'll write them. Unexpected we'd be drawing today. But you know, it's the usual the stream thing. Finish off with a drawing. Okay, so I guess we'll wrap it up for today because we're at 6 hours. Thank you for coming to the stream. Send me questions, things in the Discord. Also, help me manage the Discord if you're online, please. Then thank you. Next week, we will also be drawing to give ourselves like 2 weeks break of Sherlock. My cut doesn't hurt. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. So, I'll still be in the Discord if you need something, because I'm still be working. I need to make transfer it to YouTube and to make the thumbnails, so I'll still be on Discord. You can still talk to me there. And I'll see you next week for another drawing. Bye! See you next time!